die Freunde sind. Du bist ja dreimal zu breit. Ich übe, wie es das keine Schwierigkeit.
Good morning, everybody. We will start shortly.
Hello. I had some technical difficulties with streaming it on Facebook. Yeah, now I can. I had some. So let me just close this now. I hope it works. So whatever. It's not so easy with the technical stuff, especially if things change to the previous years. So anyways, let's start. Good morning, everybody. I'm Uschi Wagner, and I am very happy and excited that I can welcome you to today's USB-A Safety Day, hosted by the Pink Skyvan, and in collaboration with my colleague Björn. And today marks a significant milestone in our ongoing commitment to safety and preparedness within the skydiving community. The Safety Day has been established in 1997, and it's a worldwide forum for local DCs to prepare jumpers for the year ahead. And it serves as a beacon of awareness, education, and preparation, promoting safety programs and informing jumpers of new developments and procedures. During the pandemic, we have chosen to adapt and innovate by hosting the Safety Day online. It has allowed us to reach many skydivers from every corner of the globe. And we continue to provide the information through this channel. Our goal today is clear: to promote safety and enhance our collective knowledge and awareness of best practices in skydiving. Our program features a diverse range of topics, including rigging and emergency procedures, where Björn will take us through, and aircraft safety and different topics on mental training in skydiving that I have the pleasure to bring to you today. So each session is designed to equip you with the tools and insights necessary to navigate the sky safely and confidently. As we navigate through today's agenda, we encourage you to actively participate and engage into the program. After each session, we will have a discussion time where you can ask questions or bring your own point of view into this forum. Whether you're joining us in the Zoom room or streaming on Facebook, your involvement is crucial to the success of the event. Please remember to mute yourself during the presentations, but don't hesitate to unmute and join the discussion after each session. And you can ask questions or bring your own insights and experience, and let us all learn from it. If you feel more comfortable asking your questions in the chat room, you're also welcome to do that. So I am honored to co-host this event alongside Björn, to whom I've had the privilege to work with for the last 25 years. Björn and I are both safety and training advisors for the USPA. And we have a common mission and a common goal to make this sport as safe as possible. His expertise and dedication to safety are unparalleled, and I'm very happy and grateful for his partnership in today's Safety Day. Before I pass the floor to Björn, I would like to share some additional information for you to know a little bit more about what we are doing or what I'm doing and what is my role. So in addition to my role as a safety and training advisor for the USPA, I serve as the owner of the Pink Skyvans, and I'm an advocate for aircraft safety as a coordinator for aircraft operations within the Austrian Air Club. But I also have the honor as serving as an ambassador for the European Skydiving Symposium, which will take place from March 6th to 8th this year in Warsaw, Poland. And if you have not signed up, I highly encourage you to sign up and join us for this event in person. It's a unique opportunity to engage with experts, instructors, and gear specialists in our industry. And this will absolutely increase safety and will give you a new insights into our beautiful sport of skydiving. So now, without further ado, I invite Björn to introduce himself and share his insights with us.
Yeah, thank you, Uschi. Yeah, thank you for the introduction. You already introduced me, so I don't have to do anything more than that. However, I have the honor to return the same to you anyway, as you mentioned that we are 25 years working together in different environments, and especially like in Klatovy and the Pink Skyvan. So we have a huge history on working in the skydiving industry. So that is already one thing that I want to add to that we're doing this out of passion, since we grew up at the drop zone and were born into this environment, and that's why we are spending a lot of time trying to improve the environment and especially the safety aspect of it. And yeah, as you mentioned, the safety aspect is the most important thing, since we are practicing a relatively safe sport in a very dangerous environment. If you're falling to the ground with 200 kilometers per hour, something has to happen, otherwise it really hurts shortly. That's why we have to have a lot of good equipment. We have a lot of safe equipment. We can do the sport very safely, but it is paramount that we know the limits of that, what our equipment can do, what we can do. And in the last decades, a lot of improvement has been done in human factors, understanding why things go wrong. And the key element to keep the sport safe is the exchange of knowledge and experience, that if somebody has done a mistake or a near mistake, that this information is published so others won't do the same mistake or get into the same dangerous environment, and we can all get safer. So it is very important that we share the knowledge, and remind ourselves always how we can do it in a safe manner. So, and that's as Uschi mentioned already, that's the key element on the safety day, what we're trying to do. We're getting a mixture of like new information, new developments, especially in the human factors department. A lot of things has been done in recently years, but also we do a lot of reminding things that is knowledge for already a lot of years, but maybe were not called into the foreground of your conscious recently, because the last time you had like your first jump course is pretty long time ago. And therefore it's always an important thing that we keep like the emergency procedures, would be the most part that I will do today, back present, because it is very important that you are aware of the potential emergencies in case they happen, even though they happen extremely rarely. Okay, that's from my side, the introduction. So I hand back to Uschi.
Okay, so I just saw that I shared this session like 5 times on the Facebook page, but I will take care of this later. Good. I feel like the older I get, the less comfortable I get with with all the technical stuff. But okay. So let me share my screen with you. The first session that we will go into will be or is as a topic that I care deeply about. Let me just get my, yeah, so now everything is good. So I am happy to see many of you here today online on Zoom and on Facebook. And I am very happy and honored to be hosting the first session today. And we will be diving in a very dear topic of mine. As many of you know, I deeply care about aircraft safety. And my goal is to raise awareness on the role of skydivers in aircraft operation. I've hosted many talks and I've talked about this topic a lot in different occasions here at the previous safety days, and also at the last European Skydiving Symposium in Poland last year. And I am happy to bring this topic again. Hold on a second. Okay. So can you, whoever it is, mute yourself, please? Okay. So I'm happy to bring this topic to you in this setting. Even if you already heard about it, stay here with us. You might learn a thing or two. My goal for this session is to cultivate a deep understanding of your role as a skydiver in flight operations and what I can do or what you can do to make the operation more safe. So let's start. Skydiving isn't just about the exhilarating moment of exiting an aircraft, free falling, and under canopy until the landing. It encompasses a variety of activities and considerations that ensure that each jump is not only thrilling, but also safe. And since the inception of skydiving, our focus has been on the preparation, the challenge, and the anticipation of the jump itself. We understand the risks involved, but it's also essential to recognize that safety isn't confined to the jump alone. Boarding the aircraft, ascending to exit altitude are an integral part of our skydiving journey. And while aircraft incidents involving skydivers are luckily very rare, they're not unheard of. And unfortunately, in the last couple of years, we have lost quite some aircraft that is used for skydiving. Although it has to be mentioned that not all of these accidents involved skydivers, and it is important to state that not all accidents with skydiving aircraft have anything to do with skydiving operation. This is something that we discussed with different national authorities as well, because we also, as aircraft operators, we want to make sure that not every accident that is with a skydiving aircraft is actually related to the skydiving operation. So, however, if these accidents have been directly associated with skydivers, most of them, or pretty much almost all of them, they were preventable with the right measures in place. So as skydivers, it's important to prioritize safety at every stage of the jump and of the journey through the skies. So from pre-jump preparations to landing at the landing area. And by fostering a culture of safety and vigilance, we can minimize the risks and ensure that every jump reflects our unwavering commitment to safety. So let's soar to new heights, not just in altitude, but in our commitment to safety and responsible skydiving practices. Together, we can make every jump a safe and unforgettable experience. It's crucial to recognize that our sport operates within a framework of national rules and regulations, as well as detailed operational manuals. These documents are meticulously crafted to ensure the safety of skydiving and its associated aircraft operations. However, when safety is compromised, it's often due to a failure to adhere to these guidelines, or a misunderstanding on how to apply to the dynamic environment of skydiving operations. So the purpose of this session today is not to replace or override existing rules and guidelines. Instead, it's to offer an additional insight or additional insights and clarity that complement the existing framework. Our aim is to enhance our understanding and implementation of the safety protocols. So every drop zone operator is tasked with developing procedures that not only comply with the regulations, but also meet the specific requirements of their operation. However, it's in the collective interest of our sport and industry to establish common procedures across drop zones. Standard procedures serve as a cornerstone for promoting a safe operating environment and instilling confidence among skydivers. They ensure consistency and predictability, fostering trust not only in the aircraft we board, but also in the pilots that fly us to altitude. So by embracing standardized procedures, we elevate the safety and integrity of our sport, creating an environment where every skydiver feels secure and empowered to pursue their passion with confidence. But it remains our or your responsibility from each of us to adhere to the statutes and regulations that govern our specific activities. The ultimate responsibility for safety rests with each drop zone operator, their staff, and you as a licensed skydiver. By working together and upholding our individual and collective responsibilities, we can ensure a culture of safety that fosters the well-being of everyone involved in our skydiving community. So accidents in aviation can occur due to a multitude of factors, often stemming from a combination of human error, mechanical failures, environmental conditions, and organizational issues. Here are some common reasons why accident happens in aviation. First, human error. We're all humans, we all make mistakes. And one of the leading causes of aviation accidents is human error, which can include mistakes by the pilots, air traffic controllers, maintenance personnel, and other individuals involved in the aviation process, like skydivers. Errors in judgment, decision-making, communication, and situational awareness can all contribute to accidents. Second are mechanical failures. So despite rigorous maintenance procedures and technological advancements, mechanical failures still can occur in aircraft. Malfunctions or defects in aircraft systems, engines, avionics, or structural components can lead to accidents if not detected and addressed properly. As a skydiver on the aircraft, it is paramount to know the procedures in case of an aircraft emergency. Please note that these procedures may vary from aircraft to aircraft and might even vary from operation to operation. It's your responsibility to get familiar with the emergency procedures of the aircraft you jump out of. And don't assume you know, just because you know something. Especially with different types of aircraft, emergency procedures and what is expected of you as a skydiver might vary in a wide range. Another contributing factor, of course, is the weather conditions, but also organizational factors like issues within the operations, including inadequate training programs, insufficient oversight, poor safety culture, and ineffective communication channels. And they all can contribute to accidents. Organizational deficiencies may lead to systematic failures and compromise safety standards. In aviation, these systems are usually closely monitored and audited by our governing body. But however, as a skydiver, our training and oversight lies within our responsibility. Another factor would be pilot or skydivers' fatigue and stress. Fatigue and stress and workload management are critical factors affecting performance and decision-making. So long days or long nights and demanding conditions can impair cognitive abilities and increase the likelihood of errors and accidents. There are a couple of more factors like air traffic control errors. The miscommunication or misunderstandings and errors in air traffic control instructions can result to mid-air collisions, runway incursions, and other hazardous situations that eventually also affect us as a skydiver. And coordination failures between pilots and controllers can exacerbate the risk of accidents. Training and expertise is another factor. So inadequate training, lack of expertise, and unfamiliarity, unfamiliar operating environments, and they can all contribute to accidents. And also regularity compliance. So non-compliance with aviation regulations or safety procedures and standard operating procedures can create vulnerabilities and increase the likelihood of accidents. Failure to adhere to established protocols may result in operational lapses and safety breaches. This is actually something that is a very critical thing, because we get trained on the standard operating procedures, and then within time, if we don't review it and we don't really reflect on how we handle these operating procedures, small changes can occur, and it's even in skydiving. If you really think about what we learned during our initial training and how we are doing the things now, think about if maybe you have these small lapses in your routine that might eventually lead to an accident. Responsibilities within the skydiving operations are crucial. Whether it's a commercial center or a club, there needs to be someone in charge of day-to-day operations. So that's where the drop zone operator usually steps in, and they are managing both skydiving and aircraft operations. The chief pilot is another key player. They ensure our aircraft are airworthy and compliant with regulations. They also oversee training for flight crew, ensuring your jump pilots are well prepared for safe flights. Jump pilots are the ones flying us up. They operate the aircraft according to regulations and perform pre-flight checks diligently. So, of course, all of these responsibilities, each of these players have a lot more. These are just really like the main or the most important topics. Maintenance staff and ground crew is also essential. They keep everything running smoothly on the ground, contributing to the safety of our operation. Responsibility runs deep in skydiving. It's what ensures every jump is safe and successful. And all of these people have one goal: to take you to altitude safely and ensure that you are having the time of your life. But as a licensed skydiver, other than inexperienced tandem passenger, you play an integral role in skydiving operation. As mentioned before, boarding the aircraft and ascending to exit altitude are integral parts of our skydiving experience, and it's important for you to understand your responsibility to making this experience as safe as possible. Communication isn't just important, it's paramount for safety. From drop zone briefings to preparing for each jump and knowing your emergency procedures, clear and effective communication is the lifeline that keeps us safe and informed every step of the way. Before we even step foot near the aircraft, a thorough briefing sets the stage for a successful jump. It's where we learn about the jump and emergency procedures that probably should already, or not probably, but they should already be instilled in your own personal emergency procedures. But obviously, at the drop zone briefing, you learn about the emergency procedures specific for the aircraft that you will be jumping out of. And you also learn about any special considerations for the drop zone operation. This briefing isn't just a formality, it's your opportunity to understand and understand how the operation at the specific drop zone works, and to ensure that everybody is on the same page. However, a crazy day at the DC can keep ground staff busy and maybe make them rush through a briefing or skip some parts. And it's your responsibility to ask any questions that might come up, or if you have not understood something, and don't get on a load unless you know the procedures. Before you board the aircraft, make sure you understand the exit procedure and the exit order. And once you're in the air, communication continues to play a crucial role. Whether it's the pilot relaying on important information about the flight or jumpers communicating with each other. Clear communication is always key to avoid misunderstandings and potential accidents. Pilots communicate with the skydivers mostly via the skydiving lights or skydivers light signals. And it's your responsibility to check the lights before each exit. The pilot will turn off the green light or go back to red if he has to go around or for any other reason that makes jumping out of the aircraft not safe for you. So it's really important that before you exit, you check the lights again, and you're not exiting if the green light is off. So in the rare event of an emergency, knowing how to communicate effectively can mean the difference between a close call or a catastrophe. Know the procedures of the aircraft and comply to the pilot's commands. In skydiving, there is no room for ambiguity or miscommunication. It's through clear and effective communication that we ensure the safety of every jump. So, operating procedures. In this section, we'll delve into the essential elements of safety that underpin every skydiving operation. From equipment maintenance to operational planning, we explore the key components that ensure your jumps are not just thrilling, but safe. And additionally, we'll touch upon critical situations in skydiving operations, from boarding the aircraft to executing the jump and landing safely. We'll examine the challenges and protocols that guide us through every phase of the skydiving experience. So let's start with elements of safety. The core of our operating procedures lies in the essential elements of safety. First and foremost, properly maintained equipment is a non-negotiable. From parachutes to aircraft, every piece of gear undergoes rigorous inspection and maintenance to guarantee optimal performance and reliability. Pilots are responsible to make sure the aircraft is ready and safe to fly, getting a well-maintained aircraft from the mechanical department. However, skydivers are responsible for their equipment, and having your stuff together and ready is crucial for every skydiving and for every skydive and for your safety, and therefore also for the safety of those around you. So it significantly reduces the risk of a premature deployment or malfunctions. Your gear must undergo regular inspections and maintenance to ensure they function properly when needed the most. But not only the visit to the rigger is paramount for safety. To ensure your equipment is ready, a detailed gear check before putting the rig on your back, entering the aircraft, and before exit must be part of your preparation. You rely on your equipment to perform flawlessly, especially during critical moments like freefall or exit freefall deployment and landing. Proper maintenance helps ensure that gear operates reliably and as intended, and giving you confidence in your equipment's performance. Malfunctioning equipment can lead to accidents and injuries, and by maintaining gear to high standards, you mitigate the risk of incidents that could harm you and those around you. So skydiving equipment must meet regulatory standards that are set by aviation authorities. Regular maintenance ensure that gear remains compliant with the standards, reducing the likelihood of regulatory issues. And last but not least, peace of mind. Skydiving is an exhilarating experience, but it can also be nerve-wracking. And knowing that your equipment is well maintained provides peace of mind to both you and your fellow skydivers, allowing you to focus on enjoying the experience without unnecessary worry. Another, critical element is training and motivation. Proper training equips you with the necessary skills and knowledge to perform safely in various scenarios. From understanding equipment to mastering freefall techniques, training ensures that skydivers are prepared to handle the challenges that may encounter during jumps and also during the ride to altitude. Training also teaches skydivers how to respond effectively in emergency procedures. From canopy malfunctions to mid-air collisions, skydivers must be able to react quickly and decisively to mitigate the risks and ensure a safe outcome. Being prepared and alert during your time in the aircraft is essential for you to be able to react quickly in case of an aircraft emergency. Training also instills a deep understanding of the risks associated with skydiving. During your initial training, you learn to recognize potential hazards and make informed decisions to minimize those risks. Recurrency training, however, and follow-up on the latest developments in our industry ensure that you stay trained and informed and current after even after many years in the sport. Skydiving also or often involves teamwork, whether it's coordinating exits or briefing or flying information in freefall. And whether it's a competitive team training for an event or just a group of friends gathering for the next jump. Training fosters team cohesion and effective communication among skydivers, enhancing safety and coordination during jumps. Team cohesion can also face challenges in skydiving due to factors such as varying experience levels, divergent goals among team members, communication breakdowns, and interpersonal conflicts. However, achieving and maintaining unity among team members requires ongoing effort, effective communication, mutual respect, and shared commitment to safety and performance goals. When team cohesion falters, it can lead to misunderstandings, errors, or in judgment and compromised safety during jumps, highlighting the critical importance of fostering strong bonds and clear communication among skydivers. And of course, motivated skydivers are more likely to prioritize safety and adhere to established protocols. A strong sense of purpose and dedication to the sport encourages skydivers to maintain vigilance and focus on safety at all times. In our fast-paced world, we sometimes see new skydivers starting the sport while having multiple other extreme sport hobbies, such as downhill mountain biking or kite surfing. And I often wonder how much time they actually have to spend on really getting to know the sport, learning the basics, and keeping a high level of currency. And of course, training is an ongoing process that allows skydivers to continually improve their skills and knowledge by staying current with best practices and advancements in the sport. Skydivers can enhance safety and maintain a very high standard of performance. Attention to detail, one other critical aspect of the elements of safety. In the world of skydiving, attention to detail is not just a recommendation. It's a fundamental aspect of ensuring safety and success in every jump. From the moment skydivers arrive at the drop zone to landing after a jump, every step of the process requires meticulous attention and precision. In the aircraft, attention to detail is equally crucial. Skydivers and pilots meticulously review their plans, weather conditions, emergency procedures, leaving no room for oversight and error. Clear communication between skydivers and pilots ensures that everyone is aligned and prepared for a safe and smooth ascent to altitude. And during this descent and landing phase, attention to detail is crucial. Skydivers assess landing conditions, anticipate potential obstacles, and execute landing procedures. And pilots must closely monitor the airspace for other aircraft and skydivers in freefall and under canopy. In skydiving operations, the difference between a successful jump and a potential mishap often lies in the details. By prioritizing attention to detail at every stage of the process, everyone involved upholds the highest standards of safety and ensuring that each jump is not just an amazing experience, but a commitment to safety. Good judgment. Good judgment serves as the guiding compass that navigates us through a busy day at the drop zone. It's more than just making decisions. It's about having a profound awareness of our capabilities and the environment surrounding us. Knowing when to push forward and when to exercise caution demands a deep understanding of our limits and the conditions at play and the potential risks involved. Skydivers and pilots alike must constantly assess factors such as weather conditions, aircraft performance, and personal readiness before each jump or flight. This keen awareness allows you to make informed decisions that prioritize safety above all else. Whether it's recognizing unfavorable wind patterns or acknowledging personal fatigue levels, good judgment empowers you to make split-second decisions that can mean the difference between a successful jump and a potential mishap. Moreover, good judgment extends beyond individual decisions. It's a collective responsibility shared among skydivers and the entire team. By fostering a culture of open communication and mutual respect, skydivers can rely on each other's judgment to enhance safety and ensure the well-being of everyone involved. In the dynamic and ever-changing world of skydiving, good judgment is not just a skill, it's a mindset. It's the unwavering commitment to making thoughtful and responsible choices, even in the face of uncertainty. By embracing good judgment as our guiding principle, we uphold the highest standard of safety and professionalism, ensuring that each jump is executed with precision, confidence, and integrity. Operational planning. Sound operational planning serves as the blueprint for success in skydiving operations. It's the foundation upon which every safe and successful operation is built. From the moment skydivers arrive at the drop zone to landing after a jump, meticulous planning ensures that every aspect of the operation is executed with precision and care. One of the key elements of operational planning encompasses jump logistics, including aircraft scheduling, jump run planning, and ground operations coordination. Each jump requires careful coordination between pilots, skydivers, and ground staff to ensure smooth and efficient operations from start to finish. And by meticulously planning each aspect of the jump, skydiving operations can minimize delays, optimize resources, and maintain a high standard of safety and efficiency. And last but not least, efficient use of available resources is paramount to the sustainability of our skydiving operation. Whether it's fuel to power the aircraft, manpower to support ground operations, or time to coordinate jumps, maximizing resources is essential for our long-term success and viability. Efficient use of available resources is not just about cutting costs or boosting productivity. It's about ensuring the longevity and sustainability of the skydiving operation. And by responsibly managing our resources, we can operate safely and effectively while upholding the highest standards of safety and professionalism in everything that we do. Now let's turn our attention to the critical situations that can arise during the skydiving operations on the ground. While much of our focus is on the excitement of freefall, it's equally important to be prepared for challenges that may arise before we even leave the ground. First and foremost, rapid refueling and taxiing present a potential risk that require careful management. And with multiple aircraft and skydivers moving about, coordination and communication are essential to ensure the safety of everyone involved. So the ground staff of the drop zone is responsible for ensuring that the handling of the aircraft is conducted in a safe manner. For you as a skydiver, however, it's essential to comply with the common guidelines for airmanship, like keeping enough space between you and the aircraft during refueling, embarking from the rear and paying attention to the propellers and other hazards. And it should also be clear that you're fully geared up and facing the aircraft as you approach it. Skydivers must adhere to the boarding procedures established by the drop zone, which you will be briefed on at the drop zone briefing. And this includes following instructions regarding the order of boarding or seating arrangements inside the aircraft and any safety protocols related to boarding and seating. During the preparation for takeoff, skydivers play a vital role in ensuring the safety and readiness of the aircraft. While pilots and ground crew focus on the technical aspects of aircraft preparation, skydivers contribute by adhering to established procedures and guidelines to maintain a safe environment. Seatbelts must be fastened for any movement on the ground and takeoff. Helmets must be worn, and it's a good idea to be alert in case of emergency. Also, another very important issue is the weight and balance distribution in the aircraft. Please also know that it is different from aircraft to aircraft where the weight should be distributed to ensure that the aircraft is in a flying state. During the jump run phase, the role of the skydivers on the aircraft becomes particularly critical. As the aircraft approaches the designated exit point and prepares for skydivers to exit, there are several factors that skydivers must consider to ensure the safety and stability of the aircraft. Firstly, the jump run phase is characterized by precise timing and coordination. Skydivers must be aware of their positioning inside the aircraft, so that also complies with or takes part into what I said just before at the exit and distribution of the weight. So the distribution of the weight inside the aircraft during jump run is crucial for maintaining its controllability. Skydivers must be mindful of their movements and avoid shifting their weight too quickly or excessively, as this can affect the balance and center of gravity of the aircraft. If the weight distribution moves outside the operational limits, It can compromise, or it will compromise, the aircraft's controllability and stability, potentially leading to a loss of control and, of course, with this, catastrophic consequences. So as the pilot communicates critical information to skydivers using designated skydiving lights, which serve as a vital indicator during the jump run. And these lights signify whether the pilot has obtained the necessary clearances to proceed with the jump run. A green light indicates that the pilot has secured the required permissions, that conditions are suitable for skydivers to exit the aircraft. And if the skydiver agrees, he or she is allowed to jump. So, however, if circumstances change, or if the pilot encounters any issues that warrant halting the jump run, they will extinguish the green light or switch to the red light. And this action serves as a clear signal to skydivers that the jump has been suspended and they should refrain from exiting the aircraft until further notice. It's imperative for skydivers to diligently monitor these lights before each exit and respond accordingly to the signals provided by the pilot. Checking the lights ensures that skydivers are aware of the current situation of the jump run, and it allows them to act swiftly and in accordance with established safety protocols. And last but not least, check your gear before you exit the aircraft. Premature deployments in the door or right after exit can cause severe damage to the aircraft structure and you. Make sure your pin and handles are in place and your gear is well maintained and safe. In essence, during the jump run phase, skydivers play a pivotal role in ensuring the aircraft remains stable and controllable until the jumpers safely exit. By adhering to established procedures, maintaining awareness of their surroundings, and avoiding sudden movements, skydivers contribute to the overall safety and success of the skydiving operation. After all skydivers have exited the aircraft, the pilot often follows operational guidelines that prioritize a rapid descent to facilitate quick turnarounds for the next load of skydivers. This urgency stems from the cost implication associated with the prolonged flight time and the need to accommodate the next group of skydivers waiting to board the plane. However, the descent phase presents unique challenges for the pilot, particularly regarding limited visibility outside the cockpit due to rapid speed and steep turns. During the descent, it becomes crucial for the pilot to maintain awareness of the skydiver's whereabouts, especially if they plan to engage in activities involving significant horizontal movement. Skydivers bear the responsibility of ensuring that the pilot is aware of their intended plan, particularly if they plan to engage in activities with a lot of horizontal movement, such as wingsuit or tracking jumps. And by communicating their intentions clearly and proactively coordinating with the pilot, skydivers contribute to the safe and efficient operation of the descent phase, mitigating risks. Landing. So the rapid descent of the aircraft often leads to a scenario where both the aircraft and skydivers land around the same time. And in many cases, the landing zone for skydivers is situated in close proximity to the runway and other designated areas, such as refueling stations and boarding areas. Given this close proximity, it becomes imperative for skydivers to adhere strictly to the rules and guidelines established by the drop zone regarding flight patterns and landing procedures. So skydivers must exercise caution to avoid flying over or landing on the runway, as well as other areas designated for aircraft operations. This not only ensures the safety of the skydivers themselves, but also minimizes the risks of interference with aircraft movements and ground operations. And by complying with the rules of the drop zone, and exercising responsible behavior during descent and landing, skydivers contribute to the overall safety and efficiency of the skydiving operation. Their adherence to established protocols may maintain clear and orderly airspace and preventing potential conflicts and ensuring a smooth and seamless experience for all participants involved in the skydiving operation. So, as I'm already over my time, we jump to the conclusions real quick. So, skydiving is much more than jumping out of an aircraft. It's a symphony of skill, preparation, and camaraderie that unfolds thousands of feet above the earth. Every jump is a testament to our dedication to safety. While aircraft accidents involving skydivers are rare, they do occur and they're almost always preventable. Each incident serves as a stark reminder of the critical importance of adhering to safety protocols and guidelines at all times. When safety is jeopardized, it's often due to a lack of compliance or a misunderstanding of how to apply the rules and guidelines that govern our sport. As skydivers, it's our collective responsibility to prioritize safety above all else. By embracing a culture of vigilance, accountability, and continuous improvement, we can ensure that every jump is executed with precision and care. Thank you very much for joining me today, and I will open the chat room now for any questions or discussions or whatever you feel like sharing with us. You can unmute yourself if you have any questions, and I will check on the Facebook page if there are any questions there. And if not, we can move on to a small coffee break, or Björn will get ready for his next session, which is emergency procedure review for solo jumpers.
Yeah, thank you, Uschi. Yeah, I think we can make still the 3-minute short break, and then I will start in time. And yeah, so everybody has a short break to go to the toilet if necessary, so we can go through the next session straight, and then I will start in time. Yeah. Yeah, so good morning from my side. So we have 10:30, so it's my turn now. I hope you can see my shared screen. I trust that works. Yeah, there's one comment in the chat that I will share. I'm curious as to whom is the best to contact to discuss to introduce a new possible discipline. That would have to be clarified to be discussed with the FAI. That would be technically the way to contact the ISC representative of the NEC and then discuss that. And Uschi is answering that. Okay, so then I will continue with the emergency procedure review solo. And as first, I want to mention that technically I'm not will introduce anything that should be new to you, because as a skydiver, you should be aware of everything that can happen in case of an emergency. However, depending on when the last time was that you had your first jump course or an actual emergency, this might be some time ago, and the human brain tends to forget, especially things that does not happen that often, and especially emergencies, fortunately, are not that common and often in skydiving, so sometimes they get forgotten. However, an emergency can happen at any time in the situation. And so you need to be aware. The other factor that is very important is that in general, we have quite some time to react to an emergency, because technically, like in freefall, most of the emergencies happen in an environment where the ground is still relatively far away. So you have some time to find a correct procedure, but usually it's not enough time to make up your mind what might be the best procedure to save your life. And that's why it is imperative to review the possible emergencies and have a plan ready that you then just apply in case this rare scenario happens to you. And at least the highest motivation should be at every skydiver, because if something goes wrong, primarily you're the one involved in the consequences, and that should be avoided. So then I will start. First, as Uschi already introduced me, I'm like an old skydiver, pretty long time in business, and already very long time as an instructor in different nations. So I'm teaching quite a lot of first jump courses and other stuff. So I'm pretty current what is emergencies. That's the big advantage if you're an instructor. So I encourage you to become an instructor so you are very current with emergency procedures. At least you should be. And as you see, the overview of my sessions is aircraft emergencies. I will leave that out, since most of them Uschi has directly or indirectly addressed. I will concentrate more on canopy emergencies in form of high speed and low speed malfunction, unusual openings. Then landing emergencies is not really part of this part, but I will do specials. And the specials, I call them, I will address that later in a little bit more detail, are collisions, two canopies out, and horseshoe flamingo malfunction, because they are a little bit more complex. So we will address that later. As a general rule for this session, I have also the chat open, and I try to monitor that parallel. However, if you have a contribution to one of the emergencies, I encourage you to immediately step in, so we probably can discuss and address it directly. And so you don't have to wait to the end, so we can jump back and forth. And then, yeah, so I will continue. So then we start with the first part, high-speed malfunctions. As a general, like the differences between the different categories. So some of the malfunctions you can categorize in multiple categories. High-speed malfunction has the probability that you either have no time for repairing the malfunction, or it is simply that severe that a repair is not possible. In that case means you have not much time to react, so you should have a plan ready and executed relatively immediately. And so be ready. The low-speed malfunctions, the main part is that something is open and slows you down, and that gives you a lot more time to react to an emergency, potentially repair it, no, or make several attempts to repair it. However, it is not always repairable. So at some point you need to make a decision when you have to abandon the attempt to save the parachute and go to plan B. Herefore, very important is the altitude and the hard deck. So that altitude where you have to initiate the emergency procedure once you have not a current or landable parachute above your head. So that you have to pay attention to. The last part, unusual openings, is that what is not like a perfect opening, but usually is repairable, and in general, emergency procedure is not needed. However, I said in general, even like unusual openings on some circumstances can lead to the requirement to initiate the emergency procedure, which you should be aware how that works. So another factor as a general implication I have to address is the altitude. Because the altitude in general, and especially in emergency procedure, is a very important key factor in the evaluation, what the situation is like and what to do. In general, I have to say that like the same emergency or canopy malfunction, depending on the altitude, may have a complete different outcome. I give you examples like a streamer, something like that, canopy heavily damaged. If that happens in 1,000 meters, okay, it's not nice, but you just have to do the emergency procedure and you're fine. Meters. You have to be very fast to initiate an emergency procedure, probably changing the emergency procedure because you're running out of time. And if you have the same situation still in 100 meters, then probably even an emergency procedure of whatever kind will not save your life. So the altitude is a very huge factor in the reaction to an emergency procedure. Therefore, you have to be very aware how high you are, and therefore using your altimeter and supplement the visual altimeter with audible altimeter set for like the hard deck that reminds you if you're working on a canopy, now it's time to go, is a very important decision you have to make and establish. Hard deck. You all have heard a hard deck altitude in a school environment when you were learning how to skydive, because the school has set a hard deck that is established for a student environment, meaning like a large parachute, pretty long altitude, estimating long reaction times or potential longer reaction times in assessing the situations. It also sometimes incorporates that students have higher pole altitudes. So the further you progress in your skydiving career, you might have to adapt or rethink or recalculate your personal hard deck also depending on your equipment. However, in general, the hard deck is your deadline. However, you don't have to wait until you reach your hard deck. If you have a malfunction that is clearly not repairable until the hard deck, you might well establish or make the decision to introduce the emergency procedure above your hard deck, which has the advantage that it gives you a lot more time under the reserve parachute to go back to the drop zone, or potentially, if you're not above the drop zone, deal with like potential landing issues that happens under reserve for later. Then there's also a thing, the minimum release altitude. In general, nowadays it's kind of the same like the hard deck, but it could be that, for example, if you have a canopy collision and you are very low, there could be an issue from what altitude, when you pull the cutaway handle, it will you do more harm than pulling the reserve. I will address this in a little bit more detail when I'm going to canopy collisions in the special parts. And this is also the last part, the cutaway versus direct reserve, depending on the altitude. If you're very low, you might have to change the emergency procedure to save your life, even taking the risk of a potential entanglement between main and reserve. And as I mentioned already, the last issue is your equipment may have implications on your emergency procedure. This is especially true for special equipment like wingsuits, where you have a lot of things that limits your ability to address emergencies. So with a wingsuit, you have different emergency procedure, probably potentially different procedures, equipment, and altitudes than as if you have a solo jump where you have free access to all handles immediately and can react to all emergencies. So the bottom line is, as a skydiver, and especially as a licensed, mature skydiver, it is your responsibility to review your emergency procedures and verify if the procedures that you have learned are still applicable to the current scenario with the equipment you intend to use and potential drop zone. So it is not something that you learned as your first jump course and then remains the same for your whole life, even though what you have been taught in the first jump course is a very good start, but it may have to change. So you have to consider that. Starting with the first, pilot chute and tow malfunction. Pilot chute and tow malfunction, there are some differences in the reaction in different training programs. So one of the things what I want to establish here is that I giving general input.
Pink Skyvan mass safety. Pink Skyvan mass safety day.
Okay, I think that is not actively trying to contribute. I will mute. Okay, so the pilot chute and tow malfunction is a relatively difficult one that I will address. So I will not address everything in detail because you probably should know everything. However, the pilot chute and tow has one critical property that makes it difficult, and that is that the pilot chute and tow happens behind you, and from your free fall position and feeling, it is very difficult to distinguish the pilot chute and tow from a total malfunction. However, in the emergency procedure, it is a difference. On a total malfunction where nothing of your parachute is out, there is a possibility to consider to pull the reserve handle directly, because there is nothing out that is in conflict with your reserve deployment. When you have an emergency exit where you have to use the reserve parachute, but never attempted to opening the main. However, on a pilot chute malfunction may appear to your in your own view as a total may function, but it isn't. However, pilot chute and tow has something behind you, potentially creating a danger of entanglement between the main and the reserve. And so in this case, using the cutaway handle will ensure that in case the pilot chute will release at some other stage that could be probably caused by the reserve deployment, since of the load change in the reserve container when the canopy can fly away safely, hopefully not entangling with the reserve parachute. However, in this case, it is the best way to deal with the situation to avoid the pilot chute and tow in the first place by doing a proper gear check, because mostly pilot chute and tows are introduced by wrong gear maintenance and or wrong donning your gear. So the pilot chute bridle is somewhere around some leg strap or something preventing the extraction of the deployment bag. So then we have a streamer, very simple. The thing is, for a short movement in a normal opening, every opening looks like a streamer. The main significant difference, as my hint, if you can see a slider in the middle of it, then you probably have only a slow opening. However, if at this part you have no slider visible, it is a very good indication that here is something entangled, and that usually will not get better. The same with the backlock, especially here in this picture, when it's still in the back, then you also will have line twist, and commonly the line twist here is not the issue. The issue is that nothing comes out of the back. At the backlock, the same is for the streamer, which is kind of the same. Here is a good example that here you cannot see the slider, so this is most probably just some kind of entanglement that will not get better. However, on the left picture, you see clearly the slider. That gives you a chance that this is only a slow opening, and this you can address probably with like pumping on the rear risers. However, if that you see the slider is not a guarantee that you will have an opening. Even if it's a slow opening, you might run out of time, and it may also be entangled, so the slider cannot come down. However, with the slider that far up, it will be not slowing down you very much. So you will not have a lot of time, and it is really hard to repair it. It's not impossible, but it is really hard and unlikely. So you should initiate the emergency procedure rather earlier than later. Yeah. Then the same combination with a line twist. Usually the line twist comes after it, because if there is an entanglement up there, it will not be very symmetrically. So it will start to turn and then introduces line twist. So if the line twist is getting more and more, the line twist is not the primary concern. However, the line twist will prevent you from actually having a chance of repairing whatever happens up there, because the steering line commands or riser commands will not go through the line twist to the canopy. So if it starts line twisting, especially if it's a high performance parachute, if it's only like 1 or 2 line twists, you have still a chance to get through it. However, it is very aggressive in the reaction. And it had been demonstrated to get something out of that, even on high-speed canopies. But it is still very high speed, and you're losing a lot of altitude. So always be aware what the altitude is that is left. Then we have the line over, also very simple. Technically, there is a small chance to repair a line twist by pumping. especially if you do aggressive pumping and the line temperature very close to the side, you have a fair chance. However, usually it is very unlikely that you can repair a line twist. As you see, the line twist is very unsymmetrically, so it usually incorporates a high-speed turn, spinning down, and that will, even if it looks like very open, create a high rate of descent and then to repair it. So a line over is probably not repairable. Another aspect, which is a little bit more difficult to see, in this case it's easy because the slider points you to it. In this picture you have broken lines, and very aggressively, so on the left front riser only one line is left, and this leads to a very asymmetric parachute. And in this case, for a spin, as you can see on the horizon, that's a very easy decision. However, we had one case that I had witnessed where a jumper had two A lines in the center broken. So the canopy actually were flying more or less, but due to the change of the line, it had a higher pitch. And during the normal flare, it actually reached a point where the canopy stalled. And then he actually fall down, was a pretty small high performance canopy from about 5 to 10 meters into stall, and suffered severe injuries. And that's something you also have to consider. If you have broken lines, be very careful and make a full functionality check if you decide to land it. However, my recommendation in most of the cases, if you have broken lines, then you probably should consider the emergency procedure and go for a working reserve. Then we have entangled lines, usually with the involvement of a slider, which kind of I covered already on the streamer section. However, depending on how high the slider is, the lower the slider is, you have the more the canopy is open, so you have more fabric in the air that slows you down, and the more fabric there is, the slower you are, the more time you have to repair. However, in order to make it landable, it needs to be functional to a point where you can really fly it and be confident and sure that it is capable of giving you good performance at landing. Then broken canopies. Now we go into low speed. Like if the fabric is broken and you here see it very clearly, then most of the times the canopy is still pretty functional. However, depending on how much is broken, if it ripped both layers in two, then it will not be very stable. If you have only like a 10 centimeter rip, then the performance of the canopy usually is not really affected. However, this depends on the performance level of the parachute you have. The smaller and higher performance your canopy provides, the more critical even small damages will be, either with fabric or lines. So you have to be very careful if you consider landing such a broken parachute, and make a very good functionality test. And a broken canopy has one thing for sure: it will not repair itself. So it will not get better. It might get worse. Even the ripstop properties of the fabric will very likely prevent it from ripping further. So that is the good part of that. However, sometimes you have to do a very good canopy check at opening, because if the top part is broken, it's hard to see, but sometimes when you have sun, you see the shadow of the rip through the canopy in the lower surface. However, if you don't see it and you have a very perfect canopy, but it behaves very strange, then probably something on the top layer is broken, and the top layer has much more consequences than the lower layer. due to the aerodynamic properties of the square parachute. So then we get to the section of unusual openings. And here you have like the two of the three common things. The one is that the end cells are not open. This happens frequently, especially like in student environments, because the lower the wing load is, the less pressure in the canopy is. And the slower the parachute is flying, the lower the pressure is to open the end cells. And it's a balance between like the pressure inside that goes through the crossboards into the outer cells and the forward speed that actually prevents the outer cells from opening due to the pressure from the front. However, direction is relatively easy. By pumping, you create a short time higher pressure in the canopy that overcomes the front pressure that keeps the cells closed. So it will open the outside cells. The same procedure is really easily working for a slider. You can either use the steering lines or the risers to pump the slider down. If you have the slider that you want to pull over the risers, then it is much easier if the brake is still set. So then you should probably use the rear risers with the brake set to pump the slider down. Effective than the steering lines, so you might need to take the steering lines in order that it works. However, this is depending on your equipment, different sizes and performance level of parachutes. So you probably should know what works best in your environment. The advantage is the canopy is more or less open, so it carries you. That gives you a lot of time to actually repair it. So usually you will avoid an emergency procedure in this scenario. Here's another canopy with like only end cells closure without slider. Here you have only the line twist. As long as the canopy flies very stable, line twists are parachute. It might become more critical because if there is this asymmetry in the parachute, then it might start turning. The turning has two negative impacts in your situation. The first one is a turning parachute will increase the rate of descent. If you have a small parachute, the rate of descent is really high and you lose a lot of times on the verge of becoming a high-speed malfunction. The second one is by the higher G load that is created in a spinning canopy, the tendency to untwist is reduced. So you have, especially if there's more load on it, you have to actively turn your body around the lines in order to get the line twist out. It will not work by itself because the G loads create higher friction and that will overcome the impulse of untwisting that is naturally in the canopy, which is a very in a spinning canopy, this forces that keeps it in that configuration is much higher. So you really actively have to get out. However, there are enough videos of YouTube that you can see that even very high performance spinning parachutes can be repaired and untwisted, given that you have sufficient altitude in order to do that. Always keep in mind, you will have high G loads that in extreme situations can even get to a G lockout. If it's like less 100 square feet, they can become really dangerous by the G loads. And you're losing a lot of altitude. So you always have to be aware on the altitude when you try to untwist a high performance canopy. And that's what you have to be aware. This scenario also depends on the equipment you're using. And of course, your experience. Then we have combination outside, end cells closed, slider up, line twist, which are the common things in this combination. Important thing is first untwist the line twist, because before you have no chance of really getting commands through the line twist to the canopy. However, the more aggressive you are, the more chance you have, but usually it's very uncontrolled what impulses you get into the canopy. So you should be aware what you're doing. And any case, my recommendation is not use the steering line in this case. If you want to get the impulse into the canopy, then using like the whole risers and left and right, probably with leg strap support in order to get the impulse. However, always be aware you can probably get an impulse through, but probably you will not be able to stop the impulse that you give. And it will be hard controllable how much input you actually will give into the canopy. So that's you have to consider. Then pilot chute under usually is not an issue. Even if you have like a student parachute with an open pilot chute, that is usually landable, especially if the pilot chute is more in the center of the parachute. However, a high performance parachute, even if it's a collapsible pilot chute, may introduce enough drag to create a turn impulse that might be too heavy to overcome and it could lead to an emergency procedure, but it's very unlikely. So specials, I already mentioned that the main thing of the specials is that these situations are relatively complex. I haven't addressed how you do the emergency procedure. I think everybody knows it by themselves. There are like two different one-hand and two-hand methods. You should have your method. Both are equally working. Both have advantages and disadvantages depending on your equipment or your school and your training. The best thing is to stick with whatever you learned and not changing procedure, because that's where by caused by human factors is getting into problems. So I'm not addressing the emergency procedure itself. However, everything that we have seen until now, it's relative the cutaway handle, releasing the main canopy, you're in free fall, you have clear airspace, pull the reserve handle, and the reserve will open perfectly in free airspace. However, now we go into specials where this is not that easy. And that's why I want to spend quite some time to address this situation. Yeah, so let's get into it. First thing I want to address are collisions. There are two major kinds of collision in freefall and with canopies, and also hybrid will be possible that freefall collides with a canopy. So this is a very bad situation. Considering freefall collisions, freefall emergencies or collisions are very critical because of the high speed. You have the average freefall speed of like 200 kilometers per hour or 120 miles per hour as an average. However, you can still get up to 80 kilometers per hour like horizontal speed in addition to that. And when you collide with somebody else, the difference in speed might be very significant high. And the other thing is in freefall, there is not like in a car where there's a crash zone that absorbs energy. In freefall, you probably have no absorption of energy. So the whole energy created by this collision is going directly in your body. And that's why a freefall collision usually creates very severe injuries, and most of the people do not survive the initial impact. Of course, then you don't have to care what happens further. However, if you survive the initial crash, you most probably will be incapacitated to actively open a parachute. So you probably should pray that you did not forget to switch on your AED prior to the jump. And that is one of the main reasons why I strongly encourage the use of an AED, properly maintained and switched on for every jump, because always this can happen. And when it happens, you don't have enough time to react to that. However, best thing is avoid this by proper planning of the jump run, of groups, of separation, especially like when horizontal speed is involved, like trekking, and wingsuit, which is a even higher energies that are potential possible. Make a plan and make sure you avoid flying into another group. The same is like for the jump run, to avoid someone ending up above another group, because they will open the parachutes. And if you're not paying attention and you're above another parachute and you actually pass them in free fall, when you in free fall land on an open parachute, this is like landing on the ground. So you very likely will die instantly. However, if a canopy is hit in free fall, this will break and will get pretty much destroyed and will not bounce off the parachute. So whenever the person falls through and happens to have the trajectory to hit the person under the canopy, that person will have also like this free fall position, because the one is on the canopy, like standing still, while somebody else with 180 kilometers an hour probably will crash into him. And there's literally no chance of surviving that. And therefore, it is very crucial to avoid this kind of collisions by proper planning what you're doing and being aware what's going on around you. The last part is collisions between canopies itself. This happens usually at two time frames in your skydive. The first one is directly after opening, caused by insufficient separation in a group or insufficient separation between groups when other and are close to each other. If this happens, a canopy collision is not good. Usually you should be aware that in the opening phase, how to avoid traffic, because the canopy, as soon as something is out, it starts to be steerable. That even if the slider is not all the way down, but it's more or less halfway open, it actually reacts to riser inputs already. So you can relatively early in the opening stage already initiate a turn. However, as long as you are more or less slowing down on position, turning the canopy will only change the heading of the canopy, but this probably might be enough. However, these inputs in the canopy, especially during the opening phase, require too much input can introduce a canopy malfunction. So this is something that needs to be carefully considered. However, also you have to keep in mind your three-dimensional thinking. If somebody is coming at you, usually one will be higher and the other one will be lower. By the separation that both turns to or avoids by turning to the right, the higher canopy could actually use the rear riser, which creates a flatter turn, and the lower one probably can use the front riser, which initiate another descent to introduce also a increased vertical separation by the turn. Also is the thing is how much input you give, that if you have to the outside of the turn and probably will hit the other person by that maneuver. However, this rotation is around the center of gravity, And since the body is the main mass in the whole configuration, this turning point will be pretty close to your body. So getting you away is a much higher effect or a much higher possibility to get you away than actually flying straight into something. However, avoiding collision is very important, because once you have a collision, there it's when the scenario gets more complicated. The complication is that the most common thing that happens is they crash together, canopy collapses and separates again, and each parachute will reopen as a normal opening procedure. Probably have a malfunction that can be addressed, but most likely not really. So you have, in most cases, relatively good outcome. However, the higher the energy is in a collision, that will strongly affect how much damage will happen during the initial collision. Including, I witnessed one collision where the speed was that high that the collision from the canopy to the body on the canopy actually ripped the center cell out of the canopy. So the lower canopy were actually in 3 pieces to the person, was the body involved in that. So there is a lot of energy that happening also there. If you have a collision and the canopies entangle with each other, then it is probably not landable. So what you can do is now assess the situation. In case the canopies are entangled and both of the jump is to have the higher person cut away first, because as long as the lower one is still attached to the lines are straight and give the upper person a better chance not being entangled in the remaining lines. If the lower one cuts away, the loose lines will wrap around the upper jumper and gets it more difficult for him to get out of the scenario. Here, the presence of a hook knife might become very handy. So might be a good thing to consider taking hook knife with you. In case that one canopy is wrapped around the other jumper, that's a different scenario. Because in this case, usually the upper parachute is fully open and only the lower parachute is collapsed and entangled with the jumper. More efficient that the lower parachute is, or lower jumper is cut away, and this like releases the weight from the upper canopy, and the upper jumper may actually have an easier chance to climb out of the remaining entangled main that is around. And usually he can get rid of the main canopy and his parachute is still functional. If not, because it's still entangled, then there's still the possibility to cut away. In this case, the advantage is that the upper canopy is carrying and you have more time. However, the same applies to canopy collisions happening at the other time frame where they frequently happen, and that is on final approach or in the want to land at the same time at the same spot, because jumpers are lazy and don't want to walk too much. So even if you have a large landing area, usually everybody's concentrating on that part of the landing area which has the shortest footway back to the hangar for packing. So but the larger space you have, the more you should consider. If that is very crowded airspace, consider walking a little further and have your own clear airspace for landing. If that happens at that altitude, in general, the cutaway option is just not on the table anymore because you're too low for that. So the only option that you actually have in an entanglement is like pulling the reserve, opening as many fabric as possible, and basically pray that 4 open entangled or half open entangled parachutes will create enough lift to save 2 people's life. So that is a really bad thing to look or to go for. That's why you really should avoid canopy collisions at low altitude. If it's a high energy collision at low altitude and the canopy gets destroyed, you have literally no chance of activating the reserve that will open in time. So this is very bad. So be very aware on high performance turns. Make sure the airspace is free before you initiate the turns, because in the turn to react to that is very hard. And for the others, try to avoid areas where high performance landings are possible, because they actually initiate their turns from up to 1,500 feet, 500 meters. So where you was like low performance normal parachute, not even thinking about landing, they actually initiate already their final turn for landing. So always keep that in the mind. Even if you're not doing it, you should know enough in order to know where it becomes dangerous for you to be. Okay. So this is the summary of that. Then we have 2 canopies out. I can make that a little bit shorter. If 2 canopies are out, usually it happens when you don't pay attention and you have like a bad maintained rig with low reserve loop tension. At the exit, didn't observe your handles, or during the main opening, due to the opening impulse and loose reserve handle can actually activate a reserve, or you have a too short reserve cable, and due to the stretch during the main opening, the reserve handle actually activates the reserve. It's relatively straightforward. If you have a configuration like a biplane, then it's very easy. The front parachute, which in most cases will be the main parachute, will be the leading one. The canopy on the rear will follow the steering commands. My recommendation is, if the brakes are still set, keep them set, steering the canopy with the whole rear risers. In this case, in all cases, the front canopy, because that will lead. And you basically can do a normal landing with like 200% of lifts, because both canopies create lift. Your rate of descent during landing will be relatively low. So you will have no problem having a landing, doing a PLF in order to get a good outcome of it. So the biplane is actually that what we're looking for, and we don't want to destroy it. The second configuration that can happen is the side-by-side. That could either directly develop, or when you steer the rear canopy and that flies a different direction than the front canopy, you can actually pull a biplane into a side-by-side. In this case, you still have both canopy creating lift, which is a little bit more to the sides, and due to the angle, you lose some percentage of this lift. But in summary, you still have more than 50% and significantly more than 50% on each canopy that effectively holding you. And that means you have more than 100% lift there. Usually, since main and reserve have a little bit different size and a different performance characteristics, usually it will be not very symmetrically. So one will be more the dominant canopy that is more straight above you, and the other one will be mostly to the side. And in most of the cases, the reserve canopy will be that one that is more to the side. So the main might be the more dominant canopy. However, depending on different sizes between main and reserve, it might be different. And in this case, I personally recommend to keep steering with a dominant parachute if the brake is still set. Just keep it. It will have the tendency for a very slight turn, which you normally can easily control by steering the dominant canopy, but it will be having an impulse to turn to one side. normally with a PLF, land this configuration. However, if the risers are not entangled with each other, you have a good shot on a clear cutaway, which gets you in a position that you're under a fully functional reserve parachute, which gives you less hassle. However, you want to avoid any entanglement between the two canopies. And therefore, if you have still an RSL on your riser, it has no function anymore because the reserve is already open. But by disconnecting the RSL gives you a half meter or meter less line that can entangle with the reserve in the moment of a cutaway. I personally would even make sure that the main riser is really clearly free and probably push it in the cutaway procedure away from the risers of the reserve in order to make sure that it flies away. However, you want to make sure that you're not hit by this flying away risers, and you don't want to have the main risers entangled with your hand, which makes it very obviously that you should let go of all steering toggles before cutaway. There's a good chance on a side-by-side that will work. And on a B-plane, for example, if you cut away there, you have a very high chance that you will have an entanglement between main and reserve, and therefore losing the lift. So on a side-by-side, cutaway is possible. On a B-plane, I do not recommend a cutaway. Dangerous situation and potentially not solvable. Then we have the downplane. If that goes to the side, it's also very clear. Usually the canopy starts turning downwards to the earth, and there's nearly no lift. You reach up to 130 kilometers per hour in this configuration, and you don't want to land with a vertical speed of 130 kilometers per hour. However, in this case, cut away the main, get to the under the reserve parachute will solve the problem. And in this case, even if it's entangled, the cutaway will most probably collapse the main. That gives the reserve enough power to fly, and especially it will not get better. So in landing in a downplane, also depending on the performance of the canopies, is always a bad scenario. So then this could also lead to entanglement that when, for example, you try to decide to cut away a B-plane, you probably have an entanglement between main and reserve. The only thing is what you can do is to trying to identify which canopy is actually carrying you more. If the main is already cut away, then the main literally has no chance of creating lift for you. So you only thing what you can do is trying to get all of the main to your body. So by pulling it in, that gives a little bit more air to the reserve. However, it is not very likely that you will succeed all the way until you hit the ground. So be prepared for the best PLF in your life because you will need it. However, not doing anything will not help you. So basically never give up. Yeah. The same was kind of introduces with horseshoe and flamingo. Difference on a horseshoe may function, you're in free fall. You have a good chance that the reserve will open independently. On a flamingo, you have a higher chance of an entanglement. So therefore, on both of these malfunctions, I encourage you using all available time, not all the time there is, all available time until your hard deck, in order to clear whatever is entangled with you, even if that will not get you an open main, but it will get you a clear emergency procedure with a lower chance of an entanglement. Therefore, really take the time to get the entanglement away from you, even if that means that you have to undo your shoe and lose your shoe. If you can get your foot out of the lines, my recommendation is to do so. So, summary. Now I told a lot of things that in theory everybody of you should have known. The thing is, did you know everything? So I wasted your time by addressing it? Or was there something that you probably have forgotten, or maybe looking at a different perspective because you have evolved in your skydiving career? And I hope you feel prepared for your next jump. So when you do your next skydive and whatever happens, then you're prepared and you can deal with it. So then we are basically at example and discussions. So any comments from your side, you're free and welcome to speak up and share your experiences. So anyone? So or did I manage to get everybody asleep? Probably. Yeah, one command, fairly clear recommendation for a biplane. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, again, it's like we have 4 more minutes for discussion. Yeah, also one command, ask 10 different skydivers and receive 30 different answers. That is true. It's like, as I mentioned, all the emergency procedures are probably very different, and depending on circumstances that may change by equipment, by experience. So it is not something that is like set in stone. You always have to reconsider the emergency procedures and think about if the plan that you have is still the right plan for your circumstances, or if there is a factor that you haven't considered so far. Is there a tool for rehearsal at home? I think basically you should ask the local drop zone. There are like emergency pictures that you can do. There are also some presentations that you can use. Probably the script of the school that have that. Yeah, also there's a command that Brian Germain posted, an interactive video. There are some tools that if you look for, especially like with new media in Facebook, in YouTube, there are interactive things possible, and different federations like BPA, DFO, they have different tools. And one practice work from school, one thing that I encourage you, what I cannot do online, is actually get to the drop zone, get into a training harness as you have been as a student, and do some practice. Doing it and actually physically practicing the emergency procedure is a much better thing, which I honestly cannot do online, but if you have the chance, most drop zones will not have an issue when you come up and say, can you give me a training harness session? They will do, because that's improving safety and shows your commitment to safety. And therefore, I don't know any instructor that says, no, you should not do it because you're already licensed. Probably there's the issue to find a time slot, because on drop zone it's usually busy. But in most cases at the evening or at some appointment, you will have a chance of doing it. And I strongly recommend to do so. So I have managed now 11:29, so I'm a little bit early. So I thank you for your time and your contribution. and I wish you a very safe season. Thank you.
Maybe just a quick reminder as well. So on the USPA website, there is a list of all the drop zones that are participating in the safety day, and most of these drop zones are actually hosting it at the drop zone. So and this is the time where you can also, where usually there is also a time scheduled for practicing in the practice harness and so on. So if you want to check it out, you can. I'm very sure that every drop zone welcomes you to their safety day at on site, and then you can also train it there. And one thing that Björn said is that it's good to really actually go and do it in the training harness. But around 1:25, I will have a session on the power of visualization. And we will also dive deep into the power of leveraging your mind and your focus on these topics. So just stay online with us, and I will also get to this topic. So anyways, next session will start at 11:40, and it's about focus, or keeping focus and concentration under pressure. So we will see you in about 9 minutes. Stay tuned. So, welcome back. I hope you had a nice coffee break and you're ready now for the next session on focus and concentration under pressure. As enthusiasts of extreme sports, and skydiving is an extreme sport if we like it or not, we understand the thrill and the excitement that come with pushing the limits of our sport. But behind every maneuver and action lies a profound need for mental fortitude and discipline. Today, we delve into the often overlooked aspect of extreme sports, the mental game. We'll explore how we can harness the power of focus and concentration to learn new skills, execute complex tasks, and overcome challenges. Throughout this presentation, we'll unravel the complexities of focus and concentration in extreme sports, examining their significance in enhancing both performance and safety. And from defining these critical mental attributes to exploring the practical techniques used by elite athletes, I aim to provide valuable insights that can elevate your understanding of mental training in skydiving. Whether you're a seasoned skydiver or someone who is just starting to explore the thrill of freefall, it's easy to underestimate the athlete within you. You might think you're just a skydiver, an amateur enjoying the sport, but there is more to it than meets the eye. In today's presentation, we'll delve into the world of extreme sports, exploring the intricate mental training that goes into mastering the art of focus and concentration. While you may not consider yourself a professional athlete, there is a wealth of knowledge to be gained from the pros. Take what you need from this presentation and apply it to your life, whether you're skydiving or simply looking to find your center in the midst of everyday chaos. The principles of focus, resilience, and mental fortitude are universal, transcending the boundaries of sport and adventure. So, just go to the chat. And so we'll start with the presentation now and get ready to embark on a journey into the world of extreme sports psychology. By the end of our session, I hope you will walk away with a deeper appreciation for the mental resilience and determination required to thrive in the face of adversity. In extreme sports, focus and concentration are the cornerstones of success. But what does these terms truly entail? Focus refers to the ability to direct one's attention and mental energy towards a specific task or objective. It involves filtering out distractions and maintaining a heightened awareness of the present moment. Concentration, on the other hand, goes hand in hand with focus, and it represents the sustained mental effort required to maintain attention over time. It involves staying fully engaged and immersed in the task at hand, despite external pressure or internal distractions. In skydiving, where split-second decisions and precise execution can mean the difference between triumph and disaster, the importance of focus and concentration cannot be overstated. They serve as the bedrock upon which you build your mental resilience and skills, enabling you to push the boundaries of human performance in the most challenging of environments, in freefall. The role of focus. In extreme sports, where the stakes are high and the margin for error is slim, Focus and concentration play a pivotal role in achieving peak performance, or simply survive. Athletes who can maintain unwavering focus amidst the distractions and pressure are better equipped to navigate the complexities of their sport. Whether it's scaling towering cliffs or riding monstrous waves or flying through the skies with your friends, the ability to concentrate fully on the task at hand is indispensable. Focus and concentration enable athletes to tune out the noise, hone in on critical cues, and execute precise maneuvers with confidence and precision. They allow athletes to remain present in the moment, fully immersed in the flow of action and attuned to the ever-changing dynamics of their environment. In the world of extreme sports, where split-seconds decision can have profound consequences, the mastery of focus and concentration is not just a skill, it's a necessity for survival and success. So, despite their importance, maintaining focus and concentration in extreme sports is not an easy feat. You may face many challenges that can disrupt your mental clarity and hinder your ability to perform at your best. External distractions such as adverse weather condition, changed jump run, or any deviation from your plan can divert your attention away from the task at hand. The high-stakes nature of extreme sports can also amplify psychological stressors, including fear of failure, performance anxiety, and the pressure to succeed. Moreover, the psychological effects of adrenaline, the body's natural response to stress, can further complicate matters. While adrenaline can enhance focus and reaction times in the short term, prolonged exposure can lead to fatigue, cognitive overload, and diminished decision-making abilities. In the face of these challenges, you must develop strategies to maintain your focus and concentration, even in the most demanding and unpredictable environments. So in extreme sports, cognitive factors play a significant role in shaping an athlete's ability to maintain focus and to concentrate under pressure. So attentional control is the ability to selectively attend to relative information while ignoring distractions. Is crucial for athletes to stay focused amidst the chaos of their surroundings. Working memory, which allows individuals to hold and manipulate information in their minds, enables athletes to process critical cues and make split-second decisions in high-pressure situations. However, the cognitive demands of extreme sports can often exceed an athlete's capacity to process information efficiently. High cognitive load resulting from the need to process complex sensory inputs and rapidly changing environmental conditions can overwhelm the brain and impair decision-making abilities. Understanding the cognitive factors that influence focus and concentration is essential for athletes seeking to optimize their performance in extreme sports. By honing their attention control and expanding their working memory capacity, athletes can better manage the cognitive demands of their sport and maintain peak mental performance when it matters most. So in addition to cognitive factors, environmental conditions also play a significant role in shaping your ability to concentrate during skydiving. External factors such as distraction in the aircraft, short-term plan changes, and difficult weather conditions can create distractions and disrupt your focus. Crowded skies under canopy, changed wind direction, or a landing aircraft next to you can all detract from your ability to tune into your surroundings and maintain mental clarity. And of course, competitive pressure adds another layer of complexity, as athletes strive to perform at their best while under the scrutiny of spectators, judges, and fellow competitors. The desire to succeed and the fear of failure can heighten stress levels and interfere with an athlete's ability to stay present in the moment. And in extreme sports like skydiving, where split-second decisions can mean the difference between success and catastrophe, mastering the ability to block out distractions and maintain the focus amidst challenging environmental conditions is essential for achieving peak performance. So in the realm of extreme sports, athletes employ various techniques to enhance their focus and concentration, ensuring optimal performance even under the most challenging circumstances. As amateur skydivers, we can steal these techniques and learn from the pros to increase our focus and with this, our performance and eventually safety. So one such technique is any mindfulness practice, which involves cultivating a present moment awareness of one's thoughts, feelings, and sensations. By engaging in mindfulness exercises, you can train your mind to remain grounded and focused, allowing you to tune out distractions and stay fully immersed in the task at hand. Breathing techniques also play a crucial role in managing stress and anxiety during any high-pressure situation. So it's deep rhythmic breathing, and it can help regulate psychological arousal levels, promoting a state of calmness and mental clarity amidst the chaos of competition or really just everyday life. Furthermore, visualization exercises offer you a powerful tool for mentally rehearsing your performance and priming your mind for success. By vividly imagining yourself executing flawless maneuvers or overcoming obstacles, you can instill confidence and reinforce positive mental patterns that translate into improved performance on the field or slopes, or in the skies, obviously. So by integrating these and other focus-enhancing techniques into your daily life, you can cultivate the mental resilience and discipline necessary to excel in the demanding world of skydiving. Let's delve into the practical applications of focus training in extreme sports and how we can leverage the preparation techniques into our life. So, examining real-life case studies of athletes who have mastered the art of focus and concentration provides valuable insights into effective training strategies. Consider the story of Alex Honnold. He's a renowned rock climber known for his daring free solo ascents. And through meticulously mental preparation and years of focus training, Honnold has honed his ability to maintain unwavering concentration even while navigating vertical cliffs thousands of feet above the ground. And similarly, snowboarder Chloe Kim's ability to execute flawless tricks under immense pressure is a statement to her mastery of focus and concentration. Through deliberate practice and mental conditioning, Kim has developed the mental fortitude to perform at her best when it matters most. These athletes' experiences underscore the importance of integrating focus training into one's daily routine. By incorporating focused attention exercises, mental rehearsal techniques, and stress management strategies into their training regimen, athletes can optimize their cognitive performance and enhance their competitive edge. So aspiring athletes and amateurs can draw inspiration from these success stories and tailor their own focused training protocols to suit their individual needs and goals. And by committing to a disciplined approach to mental training, athletes can unlock their full potential and achieve extraordinary feats in the world of extreme sports. So what we hear from this is that it is really important that you commit to the mental training protocols or to mental training exercises, and that you practice them daily, even in your real life apart from the drop zone. So I will give you some training strategies now. Effective training strategies are essential for enhancing your concentration and mental resilience. Consistency, dedication, and a structured approach to mental training are key principles to consider. So you can begin by incorporating focused attention exercises into your daily routine. These exercises may include mindfulness meditation, where you learn to observe your thoughts and sensations without judgment, thereby cultivating a heightened awareness of the present moment. I can highly recommend any meditation app on your phone. There are plenty of different meditation apps where you can have guided meditations that take you through this process, and you don't really have to do anything other than sit down in a quiet space and follow the instructions. And additionally, you can benefit from developing any pre-performance rituals that help you transition into a focused and centered stage before engaging in skydiving. This can be a series of deep breathing exercises, visualization techniques that we go into in the afternoon session of the power of visualization, or a simple mantra. And these rituals serve as anchors that ground you in the present and prepare you for peak performance. So I think that many of us have like a mantra before we exit the plane, like just some clapping hands or whatever. And you can use these as anchors to actually bring you into the state of mind to be focused and concentrated for your jump. And of course, you can also leverage technology to enhance your concentration skills through brain training apps or biofeedback devices, because these tools provide real-time feedback on cognitive performance and allow you to track your process and identify areas of improvement. So ultimately, the key to success lies with finding a training approach that resonates with your individual needs. And by experimenting with different techniques and methodologies, you can develop a personalized training regimen that addresses your unique needs and preferences. Obviously, it will be a little bit different if you're just an amateur and you just want to improve your concentration for your fun jumps, or if you're actually on a team, on a strict training schedule, and you're training for like a World Cup or World Championships. Anyways, these practices and exercises can be used also for everyday life, before an important meeting in your professional life, or before an important talk that you have to, or discussion that you have to partake, or even before you have to meet with your family that freaks you out and you want to stay calm. So in the fast-paced and high-stakes world of extreme sports, inventing time and effort into mental training can make all the difference between mediocrity and mastery. And by prioritizing mental resilience and concentration, you can unlock your full potential and rise to the top of your game. Creating a personalized focus routine is essential for athletes seeking to optimize their mental performance. By establishing a structured set of rituals and practices, athletes can cultivate a state of peak mental readiness and enhance their ability to concentrate under pressure. A focus routine typically begins with a goal setting, where athletes identify specific objectives and performance targets for their training or competitions. And setting clear, achievable goals provides athletes with a sense of direction and purpose, helping them stay focused and motivated throughout the process. Now, this sounds very like a professional athletic training regimen, but you can also use it for your amateur fun jumping. Yeah, so your goal probably is to survive the jump and have fun. So you can train your mind to achieve this goal as well. So visualization techniques are another cornerstone of a focus routine, allowing athletes to mentally rehearse their performance and visualize success in vivid detail. And by vividly imagining themselves executing flawless maneuvers and overcoming obstacles, athletes can instill confidence and prime their minds for peak performance. A little later today, we will go more into detail of the power of visualization and how to leverage this tool to enhance your performance on every jump. In addition to visualization, athletes can incorporate breathing exercises and mindfulness practices into their focus routine to promote relaxation and reduce their stress levels. And techniques such as diaphragmatic breathing and progressive muscle relaxation can help athletes center themselves and maintain a calm, composed demeanor in high-pressure situations. So I want to make a little exercise with you. If you feel like it, let's practice diaphragmatic breathing right now. So if you have turned off your camera, nobody will see you or judge you, but I invite you to join me on this exercise. So diaphragmatic breathing is also known as a deep breathing or abdominal breathing. And it involves engaging the diaphragm. That's here in this middle area of your belly. And it's a large muscle located between the chest and the abdomen. So here. And to practice diaphragmatic breathing, you typically sit or lie down in a comfortable position. And then you place one hand on your chest and the other hand on your abdomen. So during the diaphragmatic breathing, you inhale deeply through your nose, allowing your abdomen to expand and rise while keeping your chest relatively still. And this indicates that the diaphragm is properly engaged. Yeah, so it opens up here. And after full inhalation, you exhale slowly and completely through your mouth, allowing the abdomen to contract and deflate. And you continue with this until you feel relaxed and calm. And because this diaphragmatic breathing helps activate the body's relaxation response, reducing the heart rate and lowering blood pressure and promoting feelings of calmness and well-being. And this is actually something that you can easily practice in the aircraft on the ride to altitude. Nobody will think you are crazy because everybody is already concentrated and focused. And you will find if you practice this, that it really calms you down and makes you feel relaxed and focused. So another exercise that you can do is progressive muscle relaxation. And this technique involves systematically tensing and relaxing muscle groups throughout the body. So this is, you typically start by finding as well a quiet and comfortable environment where you can sit or lie down without distractions. So, however, you can also use this technique during climbing the aircraft if you feel any tension or anxiety. And it's a very good practice, for example, if you're an instructor and you're in the aircraft with your student, that you train them with them before and that they leverage this exercise in the aircraft, because your focus goes into your body and away from any scary thoughts. So what you do is you begin with tensing a specific muscle group, such as the muscles in your hands or shoulders, for about 5 to 10 seconds, and breathe in deeply. And then after tensing the muscle group, you release the tension and exhale slowly, and allowing the muscles to relax completely and intentionally, and really focus on the relaxation. And then you repeat this process for each major muscle group in the body. And then from the hands and the arms and the shoulders, neck, face. I mean, maybe in the face, if you go like this in the aircraft, people will, maybe somebody thinks you're a little bit crazy, but we don't care what other people think. And anyway, so you engage every muscle group and continue breathing deeply and intentionally. This progressive muscle relaxation helps you become more aware of muscle tension and learn to release intentionally. And it leads to a deep sense of relaxation and physical comfort. So you can do this on the ground, you can do it in the air, and maybe we sometimes know it from our first jumps that we're so excited, we keep breathing in, and then we're all tensed up, and with intentionally releasing, we actually start to feel calm and relaxed again. And both of these techniques are very effective for managing stress and promoting relaxation and enhancing focus and concentration in high pressure situations. Integrating these practices into a focus routine can help you maintain a calm and composed demeanor, enabling you to perform at your best when it matters most. And finally, consistency is key to the effectiveness of a focus routine. You should strive to integrate your focus training practices into your daily routine, making them an integral part of your overall training plan, or if you're an amateur and you don't have a training plan, use it for your daily morning or evening routine, even during the time that you're not engaging in your sport. Especially, for example, the progressive muscle relaxation is something that you can easily do in bed before you fall asleep, and it will help you relax and unwind from the day. And by committing to a structured focus routine, you can cultivate a mental resilience and discipline necessary to excel in your professional field and in skydiving. Through consistent practice and unwavering dedication, you can unlock your full potential and achieve extraordinary feats. Maintaining focus during competition is a hallmark of elite athletes in extreme sports. And as the intensity ramps up and the pressure mounts, athletes must employ strategies to stay centered and composed amidst the chaos of competition. But again, this also applies to the amateur skydiver getting ready for the next jump. And if you watch, in Austria, we're a skiing nation, although our skiers are not so good at the moment. If we watch the new competition on the weekend, and we watch the competitors before their run, we see how centered they are, that they go through the motions and they're really focused and maintain and the more they can maintain this focus during their actual run, the better they will be at the end. And this makes the difference between somebody on place 30 and somebody in the top 5. So one effective strategy is the use of pre-performance routines, which help you establish a sense of familiarity and control in high-pressure situations. Whether it's a series of visualization exercises or a brief meditation session or a physical warm-up routine, like a dirt dive in our case in skydiving. These rituals serve as anchors that ground you in the present moment and that prepare you for peak performance. And so you can benefit from the practice of selective attention, where you learn to filter out distractions and focus solely on the task at hand. And by maintaining a laser-like focus on relevant cues and stimuli, you can minimize cognitive overload and optimize the decision-making abilities in critical moments. Selective attention refers to the ability to concentrate on a particular stimulus while filtering out other stimuli in the environment. It involves actively choosing which information to process and which to ignore based on its relevance on the current task or goal. So the way it works, or the way selective attention operates through is through a mechanism known as an attentional control. And this involves directing cognitive resources to prioritize certain stimuli over others. This process allows individuals to allocate the limited attentional capacity effectively on and focusing on the most pertinent information while disregarding distractions that may hinder performance. And the benefits of that is enhanced focus. So selective attention enables individuals to maintain a laser-like focus on relevant cues and preventing additional drift and cognitive dispersion, and improve decision-making by minimizing cognitive overload and reducing the influence of irrelevant information. Selective attention optimizes decision-making abilities, particularly in critical or high-pressure situations. And with this, there comes enhanced performances. So athletes who cultivate selective attention skills can more effectively process pertinent information and anticipate changes in their environment and execute precise actions with greater accuracy and efficiency. So strategies that can be used to enhance selective attention are any mindfulness practice. So like I said, mindfulness meditation or other mindfulness-based techniques can help you develop greater awareness of your attentional process and strengthen your ability to selectively attend to relative stimuli. Attentional training is a structured exercise or approach, such as attentional focus drills and visual search tasks that can help athletes hone their selective attention skills and improve their ability to filter out distractions. Also, I recommend any training app on your phone where you get any exercises especially for visual search tasks and stuff like this. So, and also athletes can optimize their performance environments by minimizing distractions, obviously, and creating conditions that facilitate selective attention, such as reducing background noise or visual clutter, which in the actual action of skydiving, it might be a little bit hard to do it, but you for the training and mental preparation, that's something that you can leverage, like turn off the TV in the back or just really go to a quiet space. And incorporating this selective attention training into your focus routine can help you to shape in your cognitive abilities and enhance your situational awareness. And this helps to perform at your peak at demanding and competitive contexts, and also to enhance your safety or awareness for safety. So one other thing that's really important is positive self-talk. And that's also a tool for maintaining focus and confidence during competition and during your everyday life. And by cultivating a repertoire of empowering affirmations and mantras, you can bolster your self-belief and override negative thoughts or doubts that may arise under pressure. Yeah, so affirmations that give you the confidence that you can do the task, that you're a good skydiver, that you know how to perform, that you know how to perform your routine or whatever it is. And of course, maintaining a relaxed and composed demeanor is crucial for sustaining focus during demanding activities. And you can use these techniques and like the deep breathing or the progressive muscle relaxation to manage arousal levels and stay grounded in the face of adversity. And by combining all these strategies and techniques, you can maximize your ability to maintain focus and concentration, giving you a competitive edge where it matters most. So, in conclusion, the focus and concentration are indispensable elements of success in extreme sports. Athletes who can maintain unwavering focus amidst distractions and pressure are better equipped to navigate the complexities of their sport and achieve peak performance. And throughout this presentation, we have explored the critical role of focus and concentration in extreme sports, delving into the cognitive, environmental, and practical factors that influence an athlete's ability to maintain mental clarity under pressure. So from mindfulness and visualization techniques to structured focus routines, you have a variety of tools at your disposal to enhance your mental resilience and to optimize your performance. However, mastering focus and concentration is not an easy feat. It requires dedication and discipline and the willingness to push beyond one's comfort zone. Yet the rewards are immense. It's greater mental resilience, heightened performance, and a deeper sense of fulfillment in the pursuit of one's goals in your sport and also in your daily life. So I invite you to explore and implement the techniques discussed and try out what fits for you. Try different approaches and stay on the task. And I thank you for joining me on this exploration of focus and concentration under pressure in extreme sports. And I welcome you to join me in a discussion of what works for you. If you want to share any exercises that work for you, if you're maybe a competitive skydiver, which tools you leverage in your preparation for competition. And yeah, I'm happy to discuss different aspects of this topic. You can either unmute yourself or you write your questions in the chat. I think there are some. Lisa, yes, I can send you the presentation. if you want. Anything anybody wants to share something with us? Some training techniques, something that that you use to enhance your focus? No? Good. Then, of course, I was a little bit longer than I was supposed to. But so we give Björn some minutes to prepare. Or if you're ready, you can start.
I'm more or less ready. So give me like some seconds to set up the display, but I think I can start sharing the screen and then we should be good to go. The only thing is that I have to set up the chat again so I can see it. Okay, then I will start a short moment with some questions in the chat from the previous sessions. The one question was considering the side-by-side, should I always disconnect the RSL if I can do it? The question, it's relatively clear. Once the reserve is out, the RSL doesn't serve any purpose anymore because the reserve is out. So disconnecting will not have any negative aspect. However, like in a down plane, time is more critical than to fiddle around with the RSL. So I wouldn't put the main focus on that. Recommend that if time permits, then it is not a bad idea to disconnect the RSL. On a B plane, if you're not releasing, you also don't have to disconnect the RSL because it's not taking into effect. However, doing it will not harm it, so it really doesn't matter. And one question that came to get confirmation of participating in this USPA Safety Day for the rating renewal. I assume that's addressing the instructor seminar requirement on the rating renewal. And the answer is more or less yes, but I encourage you to contact us after the event since we have to log in and confirm that shit. Yeah, that's more or less the homework from previous. Now I go into the technical aspects. And normally that is like the rigor section, but I want to do it this today a little bit different. I want to focus a little bit more on manuals. And this is also relevant not only for rigor, but also for all skydiver, because you're jumping with a container with a main reserve, and you probably should have read the manuals to this equipment. The reason why I address this specifically is that there had been a change in the last 10 years concerning the contents of a manual. For the young people, I have to explain a little bit, like I would say like 25 years ago, there had been a Vector 2 rig and all copies of a Vector 2 rig. So rigging was fairly simple. You were trained to pack a Vector 2, and basically you packed all other reserves the same manner, and the manuals contained probably about this amount of information. So it was not very necessary to read every manual every time because it was literally the contents was the same. However, especially with the introduction of MART system, and MART is Main Assisted Reserve Deployment, commonly known as a skyhook or other parts in this in this area, manuals got more complicated, and due to the focus of authorities and other aspects that I don't want to address too much in detail because it's boring and not very helpful and only extend to hours of discussions. However, there are a lot of information on the manual that becomes important to know for a skydiver in order to make sure that they're actually allowed to jump the parachute or the harness, and what actually is the requirement of the user to do user maintenance, and what is rigger maintenance, and what all has to be done. So this has changed a lot. Also for the rigger, it's important because the manuals became more complex, since there is the option with the skyhook, with this other option without the skyhook, different flaps, different closing method, different bridle routings that are all permitted or not permitted, depending on the container manufacturer. However, therefore, I want to spend the time now giving one manual where we go through, and this I strongly encourage. It is only an example. I will choose the current Aerodyne manual for the icon, because there had been a lot of changes recently that are also important for skydivers and riggers that you're probably not too much aware of. It's a relatively fairly new manual. And the main focus is not like on the specific of this particular container, because that only serves as an example and is the same more or less for every manufacturer. It's an example how to use a manual, how to get information out of a manual that may be important to you. Why I'm talking to you about it, just a short information, besides all the instructor stuff that I have, I also being in rigging since more or less 92, so also quite some time, being FAA master rigger and also German Fallschirmtechniker, and also have the Austrian ratings. And I'm also involved in technical committees dealing with service bulletins and such stuff. So I more or less have some passion for the technical aspect as well. And we will discuss some technical findings that I also do, but I will focus more on the manual. So now I will show you a manual, and the first part, the important is where you get the manual. Normally you get a manual when you buy a component, like a main, reserve, container. However, all manufacturers meanwhile have the ability to download the current manual on their webpage. And here is the first tricky part, is what is the current manual? There are some manufacturers that have different versions of the manual and different versions and evolutions of their container. So the latest manual may be not applicable to a very old version of the container. For example, Parachute de France used to manufacture a 6-flap container, and from a certain point, they have only 5 flaps. So all newer manuals contain or shows only 5-flap container on the closing procedure, but there are 6-flap containers. However, this is relatively easy because that's so long time ago that I think there probably are not any 6-flap containers still serviceable at the moment, but there are other containers that have same issues. And so we will have a focus on the icon manual that I have pulled up. And it is not really the intention that you have to read through all this. But first thing I want to put your attention on, that is the revision. So this is the manual that is revised in June 2021. So if your manual is older, then probably it is outdated. So you should go frequently to the manufacturer page and verify that the manual is still the current one. Most of the manual of the manufacturers have like clear identification, like TM162, which is document number, and a revision that really clears what is the status of the document. And so you can compare easily if this is the newest version or not. So then usually the manual starts with some introduction and information. And now we come to the most important part of the manual, and that is the table of contents. Because you usually don't want to read through all the manually the whole time. You want to accept or excerpt some specific information that you're looking for. And usually the table of contents will give you a very good lead in order to find the information that you're seeking for. Also, the advantage of a PDF document is you have the search function where you can search specific keywords in order to find the right part in the manual. What you see on the table of contents, that this manual has approximately 55 pages. And that is, in current standards, a rather small manual. There are manuals which in excession of 100 pages, which contains a lot of information that you're probably not aware of. Yeah, so table of contents, there you find specific parts. And I want to draw your attention at this point to the section 2.4, reserve assembly, which is more or less the rigging department. But now for the riggers that you see have more or less packing of the reserve canopy, reserve lines, okay. But then you have icon with arrow mark system. You have packing with a skyhook. You have a packing with an RSL only. And you have packing with no RSL and no skyhook. So bottom line is you have 4 different versions of closing the container depending on the configuration that you have. However, this is like the rigger information. Also for the jumper, the information should be good. What is actually installed, because that may imply operational changes into procedures or altitudes that you should be aware. Then on the other side is the, I say, typical warning, because skydiving is dangerous, and if you die, you cannot make anyone responsible for that because you actively accept the risk. And it's usually the same. The part for all, so all manufacturers more or less have the same, to change a little bit of wording. However, the important part is the section is like, what is are the operational limits of the parachute? And for the icon in this particular case, it's 136 kilograms and 150 knots. What does it mean? That means that the total weight that is supported by the system must not exceed 136 kilos, which is extremely large. There are other manufacturers that have significantly lower limits. Could be up to 100 kilos. Important is, this is the total mass that is in the system. So basically, when you're fully geared up to jump out of an airplane, and now you step on the scale, whatever the scale reads, that's this value. And if you consider a system that has a 100 kilo limit, and there are systems with lower limits, especially with parachutes, and you consider like 15 kilos an average on equipment, which is not only the parachute, it is your helmet, it is your clothing that you're wearing. On a winter, it could be more than in summer. All this counts to that limit. And if you exceed the limit, what does that mean? That doesn't mean that your parachute will disintegrate in opening. Normally it will survive that, and it will survive much higher loads. However, there is no manufacturer that gives you a guarantee, or to use other words, if your parachute disintegrates on an opening while you're exceeding the limits, then it's your fault. So basically, you should at least know what your limits are. And in doubt, you can discuss this topic more in depth with your local rigger that is happily provide you with continuing information. The same is also applying to the speed. Usually, if you're jumping out of an airplane, your maximum terminal velocity will be fairly below this limit, so you usually don't have a problem. However, if you're exiting on a very high-speed airplane, like a Hercules or some other special events airplanes, and you have a premature opening on exit, and the airplane is actually flying much faster than that, this could lead into problems. The same is like some disciplines like speed skydiving. They actually exceed the speed limits, so they technically have to slow down prior to operating their equipment. This needs to be respected, and there are systems that have higher speed limits and there are lower speed limits, depending on the certification. I'm not going too much in certification because that's like a day on its own, but as a user, you should be aware what the limits of your parachute are. And this is a container harness, the icon. That means you have the same limitations or some limitations on the main and the reserve canopy. They may be different. And of course, you have to observe the lowest of the values involved. Then you have some descriptions, which I will not go too much in detail. There are usually some information, how the label is, how you can identify the equipment, because sometimes it's not that easy to really identify what type of equipment I actually have. Also, for some repairs or spare parts, you probably have to give information like sizes that is needed for like determined reserve cable lengths or other aspects like RSL. Therefore, you usually have a label that gives you the information that you need. And in the manual, usually there are informations how the label is read, especially if the sizes are like encoded in like letters or number codes, like Atom has like 00000, or here we have I1 to I9, and then we have S5 to S9. So basically, there are different kinds of canopies, and as you see that an I5 is different to an S5. Not in all parts, usually like on probable reserves or volume. So there are differences that are not very obviously to the naked eye. So you really have to have a look, what does that mean? And reading through the manual will give you some information. And here we have on the right-hand side is like the container size chart, which sometimes will change. Like older part numbers have different sizing than newer ones. This also happened. So there's also very important that you have the correct manual to determine that. And here you can see like in square feet, what size of canopies will put or will fit into the container. And at this time, there's also like the volume, because the one reserve, even if it's like the same fabric, may pack larger or smaller depending on the amount of enforcement tapes that are in there and other factors that involves or what has consequences on the packing volume. And of course, it's like not one number. It's like a range what you can get into it. But if you're getting out of this range, you're getting serious problems in closing the container and maintaining a safe performance of the container. Because if you have a reserve that is much too large, the flaps are formed in a different way up to a point where it actually may not be able to release the freeback at the correct performance or environment. Then you also have like a very small reserve in a large container where you cannot maintain a loop pressure to a point that it becomes a safe operation in the airplane, as Uschi told in the morning session, where you create a dangerous situation in the airplane. Potentially an opening in the door will be a high risk for yourself because your reserve may be break into pieces when entangled was the aircraft, which is not a good situation for you, and it will break potentially the aircraft in a way that is unflyable, so the pilot has to exit if he has a parachute. So that's why a pilot in a parachute aircraft has in a skydiving aircraft has a parachute, because that could be relevant. So then we have also like for mains. I'm not getting into detail. You have also here a size chart that A means extra small, B small, and so on. So sometimes the letters are like coded what the size really is. Then there are also some definition of limitations. You can read it. Then there's the main canopy sizing chart giving you the information what main could put in there. They have here now the difference between a normal zero porosity main and a low packing volume main. There are also like difference. Like F111 mains are literally not on the market. If you had some extraordinary like that, it would be a complete different value, and then you might need to seek the assistance of a rigger to actually determine if that works or not. So then usually there are like spare parts. Sometimes when you have this, you have like to identify the spare parts that are working for this rig. In general, you should use the original spare parts, because nowadays the systems are very different from each other. So a reserve handle from one system may not actually work on a different system. The same with risers, even though the 3-ring release is like an international standard, or in other words, most of the 3-ring risers are built up according to the same standard, which makes them interchangeable. However, not all of the risers are, and there has been some issues. So using risers between different types of containers may work, may not work. In addition to the technical question if it works or not, you also have to consider the legal aspect. In some countries, depending on the rules, you have to use original material, otherwise you are not legal in the operation of that aircraft. And aircraft means parachute, because the parachute is literally an aircraft in most of the regulation aspects of it. Then there are assembly and operation instructions. How to assemble a soft link is in here. And you see here a difference, that there are different soft links for main and reserve. They have some issues with like tensile strength. Reserve soft links usually are a little stronger. But therefore it is important, and here it is very clear to say that gray bar tags are main soft links and red bar tags are reserve soft links. So you can identify if the soft link is correct. Having a reserve soft link on a main is usually not the issue, but having a main soft link on a reserve is most of the times not even legal. However, in most cases it will work, but you should know what's going on and observe the instruction of the manufacturer in the manual. Then there's the issue how the Cypress is installed. Depending on the containers, there are some quite different routings, and some containers, depending on the configuration, which RSL or other aspects you have in the rig, will change the way how the Cypress and the cables are located. This is mostly a rigger information, but also like a jumper could look in the manual and verify that his rigger has routed everything correctly according to the manual. However, in doubt, ask a rigger what his intention was, and maybe they have different manual, or your manual or information is outdated already. Then installation of lines. Then loop lengths. Loop lengths rigging issue, mostly, but also like for jumper. Some manuals give specific lengths of the reserve loop. And that means with the configuration that you have seen in the sizing chart, with that configuration, you will have this loop length. You see there's a range, could be shorter, could be longer, depending on what type of reserve you have in there and a lot of other aspects, which is in detail like a rigor issue. But it could vary. But you should not be far out of this reach or this range of the reserve loop length as a rigor, because that usually means that at some point it will not work properly as the manufacturer designed the container, even if you're able to close it and probably make it look good. The effects of a too long or too short loop are also sometimes not visible to the naked eye. So it is a little bit more to that than you obviously see. However, the repack cycle usually is in most countries 1 year. That is a pretty long period of time, which is pretty fine in most of the cases. However, especially large reserves tends to shrink over time, releasing some space, which make the pressure on the reserve loop lower, sometimes up to the point that you cannot maintain, or you do not have maintained a sufficient pull force on the loop to keep the pin in the loop as designed. So it might be, and this is also very important for like tandem systems that are packed for 1 year, because they have really large reserves and a really high potential of shrinking in volume over time. It might be the case that in the middle of the season, you have to reopen the container, shorten the loop, and reclose it. So, and this is also the important part for the user. If you have a reserve loop that is too long, so you can see the pilot chute coming out and have some flexibility in that, in doubt, ask a rigger what the situation is. And in most of the cases, I recommend to shorten the loop if required. Okay, then we have Skyhook RSL, how they're installed. I think this is something I want to skip too much. What you can see here, it is very detailed in different configuration, how you pack the container, especially with the bridle routing here. It is important. Most of the things do not have a technical aspect, but the critical thing is there are some minor differences in routing that actually affect the safety of the system. Like on some rigs, it was possible to route the MART line, so the connection between the RSL and the freeback, under some cable housings. And that would mean that the freeback has to go under the cable housing, which is technically not working. Also, especially on the MART, there is a high intention in the design what materials are used. And especially this red line between the Skyhook and the RSL, and it's the same for like any other MART system because it's critical to the design, as an intentional breaking point. If there's a high acceleration force peak in the opening that can compromise the integrity of the freeback, which could result into a fatal malfunction, then this line is intended to break in order to ensure that the integrity and the structural performance of the reserve freeback and bridle is not compromised. So if you have a reserve activation and this is broken, that doesn't mean that something went wrong. It's just that the safety mechanism actually worked. That are some things you probably should know, not only as a rigger, but also as the operator of the system. So if you if you're looking at that, looking at your equipment, read through the manual. And I have the feeling that most of the jumpers, when reading through the manual, probably they don't understand all of that at the first point. In doubt, ask a rigger. That's
where they have the knowledge and they're happy to share it. There are different ways now to install the main bag, how to store lines on the main. I'm not going into detail because this will be a topic on its own. There are different ways to close the container, like with the bridle up, bridle down. Then there are special things like main override devices if it's a student rig. So that is a lot of information in the manual so far. The next part is maintenance and repairs. And this becomes tricky because here is not only meant the maintenance that the rigger does once a year, because if this period is that long, there might be some maintenance that needs to be done in the period in between. And usually is the maintenance of the 3-ring release procedure. And here, for example, is the inspection. And that means that here you have the main, that you should inspect your main like once a month or every 50 jumps. That doesn't mean this is a full inspection that a rigger does when he gets it into his maintenance. He is doing a very intensive inspection. But once a month or every 50 jumps, you should spend a little bit more time while packing to like see if there's any damage. Feel the lines, untwist the steering lines. Spend a little bit more time on the canopy check to really double check every seam on the canopy that you can see if there is something broken. If you look in detail, you will see it. You should not wait until damage has progressed that far that you need an urgent rigger repair, and the repair will be more expensive the longer you wait. If there are broken stitches, you just restitch them. It's a 5-minute job. If it's broken that far or open so far, so it's actually starting damaging the material, then you have to patch the canopy, which is a lot more time consuming than just restitching it. So, and in this department, also a lot of manufacturers have different inspection philosophies, so you should read through your manual. Here we have like operation on the main harness and container every 50 jumps. So that is the 50 jump inspection. There are sometimes even a manual and a checklist what you have to look for. So it's not that difficult to do so. And I strongly encourage you as a user to do this inspection frequently to find problems that may arise before they become a big problem and fix them earlier. It is cheaper and it is safer. And as a jumper, you are responsible for the conditions of your parachute for every jump, not the rigger that packed it probably 11 months ago. A lot could have happened in between. Then there are also storage information, and most of them have instructions how to get the rig, how to check everything. And of course, there are some variation, and some manufacturers see it differently. Some are more or less important. However, the important thing that I encourage you, find the manuals of your components that you're using and read through them if you have some time, and and at least know what's going on there. And you probably, especially if you're a new jumper, you probably don't understand all of them at once. Ask your instructor, ask a rigger, and as a licensed skydiver, it is your responsibility to get the information. Everybody involved in the skydiving industry, like riggers, like instructors, are very welcome to teach you and give you information that you ask for. However, as a licensed skydiver, it is not the job of the instructor or the rigger, technically, to teach you or to force you information that you probably don't want or that you already have. So it is your responsibility as a user to get this information. So, and then sometimes are some notes. So, and That is how a manual is. So then I first want to open the discussion now. If somebody has some comments for this topic before I probably fill up the time with some findings in the rigging department and have a look what the chat is saying. Okay, what I said is like the pilot issue. If a pilot of a skydiving airplane needs to have a parachute is depending on a lot of things. It needs to be addressed in the operation. It depends on the aircraft. Every aircraft with a side door. As a jump pilot, I really want to have a parachute with me, independent if it's obligated or not. Because on the side door, you have very high significantly risk that if a premature opening and deployment in the door happens, that I will not be able to land this aircraft in a safe way. However, with tailgates and especially large airplanes, it might be a different story because they might actually have enough power, like a C-130, like a Hercules, or like large airplanes, which are not that common. They might have enough power to shred everything to pieces if a parachute opens there. And therefore, there might be no requirement to have a parachute for the pilots. However, from my experience from military environment, even on that large airplanes, as soon as the door is open, they have parachutes at least available in the aircraft. So, yeah, but again, it's like internationally different, so it's not like a full requirement. Any more questions from your side? Okay, there's a question concerning who is allowed to do what. The issue is depends on the jurisdiction in where you are, because rigging is ruled differently like in Germany or in the US. So it's not a general statement. However, in what is pretty much a standard from the US is that anything that affects the safety and structure of the parachute, and if improperly done, can create danger to the jumper, is considered a major repair. And a major repair is limited to a mastery. So that's more or less in general. This could be also interpreted very largely and smallly. Like one example that I ask is like changing the length of a steering line. On one hand, if that is improperly done and you lose the steering line, then you still can fly with the risers. However, you can actually mess it up that badly that you create a non-flyable canopy or something that happens in approach where the jumper has no result or no chance in reacting. So there is a little bit interpretation room. What is a major or a minor repair? However, in general, rigging-wise, rigging is like a confidence and a trust issue. So you should like trust your rigger, and most of the rigger, even if they allow to do a lot, they will only do what they actually capable of doing. So if you give something to rigger and you say, okay, this will take some time because I first have to figure out and get trained on this particular task of repair, is actually a sign of quality, and that he's not doing something just because it needs to be done, even if he hasn't done it. However, most of the riggers are very good, and in this case, yeah, most of the riggers will not prevent you from like being present when they doing repairs or repacks. However, repacks may take a lot of time, and some riggers may work through the night, and sometimes it's not very easy to be there, especially if you hand it over and the riggers like sorting the work in the order of need, and it's really hard to tell at the moment when you will do it. But if you're interested, you are mostly very welcome to go to rigger and watch them what they're doing. And I encourage that for every jumper, that they should pull their own reserve, knowing how the handles are pulled, and probably have a look how the reserve is packed. It's very interesting. And there you see how the rigger is working, and probably, and for me personally, I'm that bored that I'm always happy if I can explain something that I'm doing, because otherwise it starts to be boring. Okay, any more? Yes, I could send you the presentation, which only has like 4 files. Mostly is the manual, which is downloadable anyway. So this presentation doesn't have too much slides. But I'm very happy to share the information. Yeah, and bottom line, since I'm getting old, probably you have to remind me after the event that I'm sending that, because I'm getting old. Yeah, so if there are no further questions concerning the manuals, then I will share some pictures of material and findings, and get some short words. Not all of them actually from this picture set is relevant here. There's a lot of pilot issues here, pilot rigs that I address only very shortly, so I will skip over some pictures because they're not that relevant for us. The first picture that I want to show you is the inside of the parachute. This is a crossport. The crossport is there for getting the air from one cell to the other, and therefore there's an airstream. And since it's round, it has the potential of fraying. And if the fraying concentrate to one weak spot, then it actually could start ripping. The important thing, if you frequently inspect your canopy and you see it starts ripping, you should immediately go to the rigger and let it fix, because as soon as this is that large that it involves the seam, then it becomes a very major repair, because I have to open all the top seams or bottom seams depending on where it is, and to realign all that stuff will take some time, and time is money, and the longer the time for the repair is, the more money it will cost. So the earlier you find it, the cheaper it will be. So next is a diver. This is pilot rig, so I will skip this for a moment. The next one, even the picture is from a pilot rig, is also affecting sports rig, is, as you can see here, that the rubber band over time starts dissolving and getting sticky at some part. Mostly it's affecting the main. So the question now is this an issue? However, the rubber bands have some elasticity in order to create a predictable force that is required to undo the stows. And this is depending on what type of parachute and what deployment sequence, but is critical for a coordinated, safe deployment of the parachute. So for example, if you wait too long and they get too old, then they may actually break initially and do not release in sequence, and all rubber bands release all lines at once. That in worst case could lead to a very hard deployment called line dump, where actually the canopy gets out of the bag and starts deploying prior to the line stretch. And that means that once the lines are stretched, you will fall in a nearly or a partially open canopy that creates a lot higher peak force and sometimes gets the slider force-wise out of the way and makes an opening like no slider opening, and in free fall you don't want to have it. So especially if you have this kind of rubber bands and you see that they getting bad, exchange them, because it's not an aesthetic problem, that's a safety issue. You can see another picture of a remaining of a rubber band that just got glued to the lines. And now I have something interesting for rigor. This is like a grommet. And what is hard to see is actually in the inside is a sharp edge of the grommet. And on the next picture, you actually see that the grommet is perfectly set here around. And you see that the washer actually was never caught by the press. And it means that the press only pressed the washer on top of the grommet, not inside. So that means the sharp edge of the grommet remained active inside. But if you've seen in the first picture, it was not really obviously to see. However, it is like a thing that can happen to every manufacturer and basically to everybody who sets a grommet, because most likely was caused that the washer was not far enough in, so that when the tool was used for setting it, the washer or it starts forming the rounds under the washer and not on top of the washer. So, but for riggers and also for users, if you open your main or reserve, because it doesn't matter which part it is, both use the same grommets. If you see damage to a loop, then you should investigate what the cause is. In this case, we figured out because the loop got seriously damaged by the sharp edge, and then you have to figure out where this goes. Yeah, then damage on a reserve handle holder. Of course, this is not good. If there are some super tags, which is not that common on standard rigs, but like cable housings, sometimes they still use super tags. If they get loose, you have to fix them because they are there for a reason and they need to keep like housings in place. So if you have a loose end of any kind of thread, then it is important to have to look for what actually happened. If it's only like a leftover from stitching, which you only have to cut, or if it's something that you need to redo. And it doesn't matter if it's super tag, and also the Oertler clamps, when they're not properly set, the cable housing can move. And if the cable housing moves, then you need to do that or repair it. However, there are some points where the cable housings are intended to move. So if you find that, ask a rigger who is familiar with the equipment if that's the intention of it, or if that this is damaged and needs to be repaired. Then closing loops. If a closing loop looks like that, you should replace them. It's very common, and you should use the right material for closing loops. That depends on the manufacturer instruction. But for example, a Sigma Tandem, the main closing loop is a 1,000 pound Spectre that actually is 3 layers. And it needs to be that strong because it's not only holding the container closed, it's also holding the drogue and drogue fall, which has a higher force. The Loop 2A, which is common material, has a much lower tensile strength and will break when a drogue is pulling on that because it's no chance of holding that. And the advantage is that the type 2A will most probably break by packing because it's not working. Also, in the point of the Sigma loops, the length of the Sigma main loop is very important. It is 8.5 inch. I think tolerance is like a 1/4 inch. That means in this range it must be. If it's too short, you have no chance of closing the container And if you use that force to close the container, it might actually not open. On the other hand, if you have too loose, the disc of the drogue will have too much play around in drogue fall that can create to a lot of malfunctions that I'm not going into detail now. So that is very important. So this is not so important. Important is this is a main pilot chute on the inside. And since there's a lot of stress going to this seam where the center line of the pilot chute is attached to the top, there frequently you find broken stitches. If you find it at this stage, then you just have to restitch it. It's pretty easy. Yeah, then this is also an important one. It is hard to see. You can more feel it if a pin is damaged. I don't know how they make the stainless steel damaged like this, but if you run your fingers on top of it, you feel that it's damaged. And this will, over time, if it's on the position of the loop, which in Murphy's case always will be, then it actually will cut through the loop with all the container opening implications that follows for that. Yeah, and then we have some dirty and corroded parts, then this is not a good thing, so you should look for your equipment. And here, this is like what I already mentioned, like long reserve loop. That's how it looks with this corner of the pilot chute comes up. And if you look back to the previous picture, if I can pull out 1 centimeter of the reserve loop just by pulling by hand the pin, then it is definitely not enough pull force. The pull force is between 5 and 25 pounds. And I recommend as a rigger, always aim for the 22 pounds limit to be between 20 and 22, so be on the higher side, because the force will drop during the time when the reserve starts sinking in. And if you start with 5 pounds, you probably end up with only 2 pounds. And especially if you have a soft reserve handle, that means that there is a rubber band in there that might induce a little force pulling up the pin. If then the pin has a very low pull force, it actually may slip out of the loop, even if you only lean back in the aircraft. So it's not a very good thing to be in. This is rigger. Then we have here on the back, there are broken stitches. So if something like open stitches are there, the earlier you see your rigger, the cheaper will be the repair. And if you wait too long, you will have serious problems. Okay, here's also a broken stitch on the main risers, and broken fabric on the pilot chute. So that's more or less it from my side. Now we have like 2 more minutes to probably share anything what you have found or experienced. And yeah, then I will have a look what we have there. So I'm waiting for your comments, your questions. So nobody. So I think that we can get to next step, which is the break. Yeah, you're welcome. Okay, so
Yes, so we now we have the break until 1:25, so that's about 10 minutes. And we will continue then with the power of visualization, enhancing safety and performance in skydiving. And we will go a little bit deeper into this topic in about 10 minutes. Thank you, Björn. And if you have any more questions for Björn, then you can also write them in the chat and he will address them later. So, welcome back after the coffee break. I hope you are fresh and ready for a topic that will absolutely change the game in your skydiving performance. We briefly discussed this topic already in my previous session on focus and concentration, but now it's time to dive deep into the power of visualization. So let's embark on a journey where we discover how our minds can be our greatest asset in skydiving. As experienced skydivers, we know it's not just about mastering techniques. It's about using the power of our thoughts and mental imaginary to improve our skills and stay safe. So join me as we explore how visualization can make a real difference in our skydiving adventures. So to kick things off, let's demystify the term visualization. In our context, visualization refers to the mental practice of creating vivid and detailed images in our minds. It's not just daydreaming or thinking about something we want or we desire. It's a deliberate and focused mental rehearsal. As skydivers, we are accustomed to meticulously preparation of our gear and practice physical skills. But what about our mental readiness? In the high stakes of world of skydiving, mental preparation is equally crucial. It involves cultivating a strong, resilient mindset that can adapt to the dynamic challenges that we might face in the air. Today, we explore the profound impact visualization can have on our mental preparation and consequently on our safety and performance. As skydivers, we understand a successful jump is not solely determined by the physical act of jumping out of the plane. The mental aspect plays a pivotal role. So fasten your mental seatbelts as we delve into the importance of mental preparation in skydiving and how visualization can be a game changer in this regard. Now let's delve into the fascinating realm of the science behind visualization. How does it actually work, and why is it more than just wishful thinking? Visualization taps into the fascinating principle of neuroplasticity, a testament to the brain's incredible adaptability and capacity for growth. So neuroplasticity underscores the brain's ability to rewire itself continuously, forming new neural connections and pathways in response to experiences and stimuli. When we engage in visualization, we leverage this inherent property of the brain to optimize our performance and enhance our skills. During visualization, our brain doesn't distinguish between imagined experiences and real ones. It perceives both as equally valid. So as we vividly picture ourselves executing a skill or navigating a scenario, our brain activates the same neural pathways and circuits that would be engaged during the actual physical execution. This activation triggers a cascade of neurochemical processes, strengthening the connections between neurons and solidifying the neutral patterns associated with the envisioned activity. I think this is absolutely mind-blowing that our brain is not distinguishing between our imagined actions and the real actions. It's wow. So in essence, visualization serves as a form of mental rehearsal, allowing us to practice without physically engaging in the activity. I would wish that this would also work with a workout in the gym, but unfortunately, not really. So it's a mental rehearsal. So through repeated visualization sessions, we effectively prime our brains for optimal performance, reinforcing the neural pathways that govern our skills and behaviors. So these reinforced pathways translate into tangible improvements in our abilities as our brain becomes more adept at executing the tasks we've visualized. Moreover, visualization offers a unique opportunity to explore different scenarios and outcomes in a safe and controlled environment. By mentally rehearsing various situations, we expand our cognitive repertoire and develop adaptive strategies for navigating challenges. So this mental flexibility not only enhances our performance, but also equips us with the resilience and resourcefulness needed to thrive in dynamic and unpredictable environments. Visualization capitalizes on the remarkable plasticity of the brain, harnessing its capacity to adapt and learn throughout life. By engaging in visualization, we actively shape our neural architecture, laying the groundwork for mastery and excellence in our chosen pursuits. So don't just take my word for it. Research across diverse fields substantiates the profound impact of visualization on performance enhancement and skill mastery. In the domain of sports performance, research has affirmed the efficacy of visualization techniques in enhancing athletic skills. Countless studies have illuminated the transformative impact of visualization on athletes' ability to excel in their respective disciplines. Athletes who incorporate visualization into their training routines consistently exhibit notable enhancements across the spectrum of key performance metrics, spanning from speed and accuracy to endurance and agility. The essence of visualization lies in its capacity to facilitate mental rehearsals of movements, strategies, and scenarios relevant to the athletic competition, or athletic movements. So athletes engage in vivid mental imagery, meticulously envisioning themselves executing precise movements, making split-second decisions, and achieving optimal performance outcomes. So through this immersive mental rehearsal, athletes effectively fine-tune their motor skills, refine their technique, and develop a heightened sense of kinesthetic awareness. Moreover, visualization serves as a powerful catalyst for the cultivation of mental resilience among athletes. By immersing themselves in a mental arena of visualization, athletes confront and overcome challenges, setbacks, and adversities in a controlled environment. This process instills within them a sense of confidence, determination, and mental fortitude essential for navigating the challenges of competitive sports. So beyond its immediate impact on individual skills and mental fortitude, visualization contributes to the optimization of athletes' overall performance. As athletes consistently engage in visualization exercises, they refine their ability to anticipate and adapt to dynamic and unpredictable scenarios encountered during their activity. So this heightened cognitive flexibility enables them to respond effectively to changing circumstances, capitalize on opportunities, and maintain peak performance levels under pressure. So in essence, visualization serves as a cornerstone of effective sports training, offering athletes a powerful tool for unlocking their full potential and achieving peak performance. By integrating visualization into your training regimen, you can embark on a journey of self-discovery, mastery, and excellence, transcending physical limitations to reach new heights of athletic achievement. Beyond athletics, visualization has also garnered attention in the field of medicine, so particularly in surgical procedures and rehabilitation settings. Surgeons who engage in pre-operative visualization exercises exhibit enhanced surgical proficiency and efficacy, so resulting in a better patient outcome and reduced surgical complications. Similarly, patients undergoing rehabilitation for physical injuries or chronic conditions benefit from visualization techniques, which help them visualize their recovery journey and regain control over their bodies. What sets visualization apart as a potent tool for performance enhancement is its ability to transcend the physical limitations of traditional training methods. While physical practice is undoubtedly essential, visualization offers a complementary avenue for skill development. And it's accessible to athletes and individuals across diverse disciplines. So, moreover, visualization allows practitioners to refine their techniques and strategies in low-risk, high-reward environments, free from constraints of time, space, and external variables. The empirical evidence supporting the effectiveness of visualization as a training modality is robust and multifaceted, drawing from a wealth of research across various fields and disciplines. Numerous studies have consistently demonstrated the profound impact of visualization techniques on human performance, underscoring its significance as a valuable tool for enhancing skill acquisition, cognitive function, and overall well-being. So one study conducted by Dr. Richard Sween, a pioneering figure in the field of sports psychology, explored the effects of mental practice, including visualization, on skiing performance. And in his research, Sween found that skiers who engaged in mental rehearsal exercises, such as visualizing, when they visualized successful runs, they demonstrated significant improvements in their skiing technique and performance outcomes compared to those who did not utilize visualization techniques. Another meta-analysis conducted by Dr. Craig Hall and his colleagues examined the efficacy of visualization in sports performance across multiple studies. So they take all these different studies and they make meta-analysis of these studies. And these studies were made in multiple disciplines. And they found out that there is a consistent evidence supporting the positive impact of visualization on various performance metrics, including the accuracy, the reaction time, and the endurance of athletes. And athletes who integrated visualization into their training regimens consistently outperformed their counterparts who relied solely on the physical practice. So beyond the realm of sports, visualization has also been shown to have profound effects on cognitive function and psychological well-being. Research conducted by Dr. Pascual Leon and his colleagues at the Harvard Medical School demonstrated that mental imagery and visualization exercises can induce measurable changes in neural activity, leading to improvements in cognitive skills such as attention, memory, and, for example, problem solving. So these studies also explored therapeutic applications of visualization, and they have highlighted its efficacy in reducing stress, anxiety, and chronic pain, and enhancing the overall quality of life. Dr. Rossman conducted a research that he's a leading expert in mind-body medicine, And this research demonstrated that guided imagery and visualization techniques can elicit physiological responses that promote relaxation, healing, and emotional well-being. So researchers continue to delve into the intricacies of the mind-body connections, and visualization stands poised to revolutionize our understanding of human potential and performance optimization across all domains of human endeavor. By harnessing the power of visualization, individuals can unlock new realms of achievement, creativity, and resilience, paving the way for a future where the mind's capacity to shape reality is fully realized and embraced. So visualization offers us a variety of specific benefits that directly contribute to our safety, performance, and overall experience in the sport. Firstly, visualization serves as a powerful tool for mental rehearsal, enabling us to meticulously simulate every aspect of a jump in our minds, from the moment of exit to free fall and the safe landing. This mental rehearsal isn't just a passive visualization. It's an immersive experience where we vividly imagine ourselves executing each phase of the jump with precision and confidence. By engaging in this mental rehearsal, we effectively create a virtual training environment within our mind, so allowing us to practice and refine our skills in a controlled and safe setting. This process primes our minds and bodies for the actual experience of skydiving, reducing anxiety and apprehension associated with the unknown. As a result, we step into the aircraft feeling more prepared, focused, and mentally resilient, ready to confront the challenges and uncertainties that may arise during the jump. We discussed before how this happens, so that the neuroplasticity of the brain actually does not make a difference between the thought of activity and an actual life activity. So with this, we know that visualization enhances our ability to respond effectively to unexpected challenges or, for example, emergencies that may occur mid-air. By mentally rehearsing various scenarios and visualizing our responses, we develop a heightened sense of situational awareness and decision-making skills. This mental preparedness enables us to remain calm and composed under pressure, making split-second decisions with clarity and confidence. Visualization fosters a deep connection between the mind and the body, facilitating seamless execution of maneuvers and transitions during the jump. So as we visualize ourselves performing complex aerial maneuvers, we activate the same neural pathways and muscle memory that would be engaged during the actual execution. This reinforcement strengthens our skills and coordination, resulting in a smoother, more controlled movement in the air. Furthermore, visualization empowers us to create a detailed mental map of the jump. It's kind of similar like a pilot's reliance on the meticulously crafted flight plan. Just as a pilot anticipates waypoints and navigational landmarks, we visualize each phase of the dive, from initial exit to the final landing spot. This mental map serves as a guiding compass in the sky, allowing us to navigate the complexities of the dive with precision and purpose. As we immerse ourselves in the visualization process, we mentally rehearse our movements and decisions in real time, refining our strategies and anticipating potential challenges along the way. Just as a pilot adjusts their course in response to changing conditions, we adapt our mental map to accounts of variables such as wind direction, altitude, and relative positioning to other skydivers. Through the power of visualization, we not only prepare ourselves for the physical demands of the dive, but also cultivate a profound sense of mental resilience. So by visualizing ourselves overcoming obstacles and achieving our goals, we boost our confidence and clarity in the face of uncertainty. So this mental resilience becomes our steadfast companion in the sky, empowering us to confront challenges with courage and conviction. As we embark on the journey of visualization, let's embrace the opportunity to harness the full potential of our minds and elevate our skydiving experience to new heights. With each visualization session, we expand the boundaries of our imagination and refine our mental skills, laying the groundwork for extraordinary achievements in the world of skydiving. So excited attention, but also fear and anxiety are natural companions in the world of skydiving, where every jump presents unique challenges and uncertainties. However, through the practice of visualization, we can learn to address and manage these emotions effectively, ensuring that they don't hinder our performance and compromise our safety. Managing fear and anxiety is a critical aspect of skydiving, and visualization serves as a key strategy in this endeavor. To understand its efficacy, it's essential to explore the science of fear and anxiety. So these are natural responses triggered by the brain's limbic system in response to perceived threats or dangers. We talked about this, I think it was in last safety day, there was a session on managing fear. So if you're not familiar with this, you can go back. It's on the Facebook page. You can rewatch this session. So anyways, these emotions, so fear and anxiety, manifest psychologically and physiologically, eliciting the fight or flight response, which prepares the body to either confront the threat or flee from it. In the context of skydiving, fear and anxiety can arise from the anticipation of the unknown, the perceived risks associated with the activity, or past negative experiences. Visualization serves as a potent tool for managing fear and anxiety by leveraging the brain's remarkable capacity for neuroplasticity and emotional regulation. So, as we talked about, or as I explained already, neuroplasticity refers to the brain's ability to reorganize itself by forming new neural connections throughout life. So that's a very normal and natural process that happens all the time. And this includes learning, memory, and emotional responses. And when we engage in visualization, we activate specific regions of the brain associated with sensory perception, motor coordination, and emotional processing. Through vivid mental imagery of successful outcomes, we stimulate neural pathways linked to positive emotions and reward and motivation. And these regions include the prefrontal cortex, the anterior cingulate cortex, and the amygdala. So these words are, I hope I pronounce them correctly. It's crazy. So, and these regions play pivotal roles in regulating emotional responses and cognitive functions. And consistently visualizing successful outcomes, we modulate neural circuits responsible for fear and anxiety, and the amygdala is a key structure involved in processing fear and threats. and processing the responses to this. So, and as we consistently visualize these successful outcomes, this part undergoes a modulation as a result of this visualization. And throughout repeated exposure to positive mental imagery, the amygdala's reactivity diminishes, leading to a dampening of fear responses and reduction of anxiety levels. Visualization engages the brain's reward system as well. So by stimulating parts of the brain which are associated with feelings of pleasure, of satisfaction, motivation, and by activating these regions through visualization, we reinforce the connection between positive outcomes and emotional well-being, fostering a sense of confidence and empowerment. Importantly, visualization serves to reframe our perception of the situation, shifting our focus from perceived threats to opportunities for growth and success. As we immerse ourselves in the mental imagery of achieving our goals and succeeding, we cultivate a mindset of possibility and optimism, transcending limitations imposed by fear and doubt. Through the power of visualization, we harness the brain's innate capacity for adaptation and transformation, sculpting neural pathways that support resilience, emotional regulation, and also peak performance. So by integrating visualization into our practice, we not only manage fear and anxiety, but also cultivate a profound sense of agency and mastery over our experiences and paving the way for greater confidence, fulfillment, and success. So in addition to visualization, other techniques complement our efforts to manage fear and anxiety before and during a jump. Deep breathing exercises, progressive muscle relaxation, and positive self-talk are examples of mindfulness techniques that promote relaxation and focus amidst the excitement and anticipation of skydiving. These practices help regulate our physiological response and promote a state of calm and centeredness that are important for an optimal performance. So if you're interested in these practices, rewatch our previous session on focus and connection. We already talked about this today. So ultimately, confronting fear and anxiety in skydiving is not about avoiding or suppressing these emotions, but rather embracing them as opportunities for growth and self-discovery. Through the power of visualization and mindfulness practice and mindful awareness, we can transform fear into courage, anxiety into calm, uncertainty into unwavering resolve. By cultivating a resilient mindset and owning our mental skills, we empower ourselves to navigate the skies with confidence, grace, and unwavering determination. Now, this kind of complements Björn's session on the emergency reviews for solo skydivers, and it will also complement the next session on emergency reviews for tandems. So this, we already talked quite briefly about it, that there is another part of, one thing is the physical training and the other is the mental training. So preparedness for emergencies in any way is paramount to ensuring the safety of both ourselves and our fellow skydivers. And while we hope for smooth jumps every time, it's essential to be mentally equipped to handle unexpected situations. Visualization serves as a crucial tool in reviewing and reinforcing emergency procedures, allowing us to respond swiftly and decisively when faced with adversity. through visualization, we embark on a mental journey to prepare for potential emergencies, leveraging the power of our imagination to enhance our readiness and also resilience in the face of adversity. So in practice, visualization emergency scenarios involves creating vivid mental images of various critical situations that could arise during a skydiving jump. So whether it's a malfunction or an unexpected change in weather conditions or any other challenge, we immerse ourselves in the details of each scenario, visualizing the sequence of events in our reality and precision. So one thing I want to stress is this is not about thinking of everything that can go wrong and kind of freaking out about it. This is really a mental training tool to use to prepare yourself for this situation. So to begin, you find a quiet and comfortable space where you can relax and focus without any distractions. Close your eyes and take a few deep breaths to center yourself. And then you envision yourself in the skydiving environment, mentally placing yourself in the midst of a jump with all its sights, sounds, and sensations. And as you visualize a potential emergency unfolding, pay close attention to the specific details of the situation. Imagine the warning signs, the environmental cues, and the physical sensations associated with the emergency. Visualize yourself making split-second decisions, assessing the situation and taking decisive action to mitigate risks and ensure a safe outcome. Through the visualization exercise, engage all your senses to create a vivid and immersive experience. Feel the rush of wind against your skin, hear the sound of your heartbeat, and visualize the landscape unfolding below you. Imagine yourself executing emergency procedures with confidence and precision, relying on your training and instincts to guide you through challenging circumstances. So, in addition to stimulating emergency scenarios, visualization offers an invaluable opportunity to mentally rehearse any other procedures, any other movements, and refine our responses. As you visualize yourself performing these protocols, focus on the fluidity and efficiency of your movements. Imagine each step of the procedure unfolding seamlessly, with your muscle memory guiding your actions instinctively. By integrating visualization in your training regimen, you not only enhance your preparedness for emergencies, but also cultivate a mindset of resilience and adaptability. Through the power of visualization, you empower yourself to confront challenges with confidence and composure, knowing that your mental readiness is just as crucial as your physical skills in ensuring a safe and successful skydiving experience. As you continue to incorporate visualization into your practice, remember that mental preparation is a dynamic and ongoing process. By regularly engaging in visualization exercises, you strengthen your mental resilience and enhance your ability to navigate the complexities of skydiving with clarity, confidence, and composure. So, after landing from a jump, it's important to take a moment to reflect and debrief on the experience. So that's not only if you're in a big way and then you go to the debrief and your load organizer tells you what everybody did wrong. It's something that you should do for yourself after each jump. So the post-jump debrief serves as a valuable opportunity to assess our performance and identify areas of improvement and extract valuable insights that can guide your future jumps. So visualization can be a powerful tool to facilitating this process and allowing you to conduct a thorough and insightful analysis of your skydive. During the post-jump debrief, we engage in a process of reflection and carefully considering the events and decisions that unfolded during the jump. By reflecting on the jump, you gain valuable insights into your performance, including your strengths, weaknesses, and areas for growth. This reflective practice fosters self-awareness and accountability, and it's enabling you to take ownership of your action and outcomes in the skydiving environment. So it's a deeply personal process. Yeah, it's not about sharing. Of course, you can also share, but in the context of visualization, it's really only for yourself. This process serves as an opportunity for you to reflect, learn, and grow from your last jump. And it's a time to dissect our performance and celebrate your success, and also identify areas for refinement. Visualization is a very powerful tool in this process, and it's enabling you to delve deeper into the nuances of our jumps and extract valuable insights for your improvement. Visualization also allows us to mentally replay the entire jump step by step from exit to landing. And by immersing yourself in this mental recapitulation, we gain a comprehensive understanding of the sequence of events, our actions, and the outcomes of these actions. So through vivid mental imagery, we revisit pivotal moments, decisions, and maneuvers, examining their efficacy and impact on the overall jump experience. So visualization enables us to explore alternative scenarios as well, and alternative approaches that could have led to a more favorable outcome. So by envisioning different courses of action, we expand our repertoire of strategies and tactics, fostering a mindset of adaptability and innovation. This creative exploration allows us to uncover hidden opportunities and solutions that may have been overlooked during the actual jump. So you're actually leveraging the experience that you made to learn something from it on a mental basis and then move forward. So you're not just landing from the jump, oh yeah, it was nice, oh no, this didn't work out, and that's it, but you're actually improving with each jump. So in addition to evaluating specific actions and decisions, visualization facilitates a deeper analysis of our performance dynamics and psychological states. So by visualizing our responses to challenges and obstacles encountered during the jump, we gain insights into our decision-making process, situational awareness, and emotional resilience. And this introspective examination illuminates patterns, strengths, and areas for growth, guiding us towards targeted strategies for improvement. So it enhances our ability to extract meaningful lessons and takeaways from each skydive. And by immersing ourselves in a mental landscape of the jump, we cultivate a heightened sense of self-awareness and self-reflection. This introspective process empowers us to recognize patterns of behavior, identify recurring challenges, and develop proactive measures to address them in future jumps. Ultimately, visualization serves as a catalyst for continuous improvement and mastery. By harnessing the power of visualization during the post-jump debrief, we unlock new insights, refine our skills, and elevate our performance. With each debrief session, we deepen our understanding of ourselves as skydivers and embracing the journey of growth, learning, and self-discovery. So integrating visualization into our skydiving training is a strategic approach that can yield significant benefits in our quest for improvement and mastery of the sport. Visualization transcends being merely an optional practice. It's an indispensable tool that plays a fundamental role in our journey towards excellence. At its core, visualization serves as a dynamic mental rehearsal technique that allows us to simulate skydiving experiences in our minds with vivid detail and clarity. By immersing ourselves in a mental imagery of successful jumps, we activate neural pathways associated with skill acquisition, motor coordination, and emotional regulation. This process primes our minds and bodies for the physical demands and challenges of skydiving, effectively bridging the gap between mental preparation and physical execution. So incorporating visualization in our training regimens offers a multifaceted approach to skill development and performance optimization. Through regular visualization sessions, we refine our aerial techniques, fine-tune our decision-making processes, and cultivate a heightened sense of situational awareness. By mentally rehearsing various scenarios and maneuvers, we deepen our understanding of the sport's intricacies and dynamics, empowering us to navigate the skies with confidence and precision. So moreover, okay, I need a little bit more time, Björn, I'm sorry. Moreover, visualization serves as a catalyst for enhancing our confidence and self-efficacy. So by envisioning ourselves executing flawless jumps and overcoming challenges with grace and composure, we cultivate a positive and resilient mindset that propels us towards success. So this mental resilience becomes a cornerstone of our training philosophy, enabling us to perform in the face of setbacks and persistently pursue our goal with determination. Also, visualization fosters a deeper connection between our mind and body, facilitating seamless integration of our mental and physical capabilities. So as we engage in visualization exercises, we strengthen the neural pathways responsible for our motor control, the coordination, and the muscle memories, enhancing our ability to execute maneuvers with precision and efficiency. So this fusion of mental and physical rehearsal enhances our overall performance in the air. So for coaches and instructors, it's crucial to emphasize the importance of visualization to their students and provide them with the necessary guidance and support to develop this skill. One tip for coaches is to incorporate visualization exercises into training sessions, allowing students to practice mental rehearsal alongside the physical drills. And by integrating visualization into training routines, coaches can help students cultivate a holistic approach to skill development, addressing both the physical and mental dimensions of skydiving. Coaches and instructors can encourage regular visualization practice outside of formal training sessions, encouraging students to set aside dedicated time for visualization exercises that can help reinforce learning, and it can also foster continuous improvement. So whether it's visualizing successful jumps or practicing emergency procedures or mentally rehearsing specific maneuvers, the regular visualization practice enables students to refine their skills and build mental resilience over time. As skydivers, we must recognize that our mental preparation is just as important as our physical training. So by embracing visualization as a core component of our training program, we can unlock new levels of performance. Almost done. As we draw to a close, let's take a moment to recap the key points that we've explored in our discussion on the power of visualization in skydiving safety and performance. So throughout the presentation, we've delved into the transformative potential of visualization as a tool for enhancing our skills, boosting our confidence, and ensuring our safety in the dynamic environment of skydiving. So from pre-jump preparation to post-jump analysis, visualization serves as a guide, empowering us to navigate challenges with clarity, composure, and resilience. In the dynamic realm of skydiving, our pursuit is not solely about achieving peak performance as professional athletes. Rather, our collective aim is to foster continual improvements in safety, regardless of your skill level and experience. Visualization emerges as a cornerstone in this endeavor, serving as an indispensable tool for both beginners and seasoned skydivers alike. So we've come to recognize that visualization transcends being a mere mental exercise. It constitutes an essential component of your training regimen, pivotal to our quest for mastery in the sport. Through the deliberate practice of visualization, we imbued our training routines with purpose and intention, laying the groundwork for sustained growth and progress. So furthermore, visualization acts as a catalyst for enhancing safety and risk management in skydiving. By mentally rehearsing emergency procedures, anticipating potential challenges, and visualizing successful outcomes, we fortify our readiness to respond effectively to unforeseen circumstances. And this proactive approach to safety underscores our commitment to prioritizing well-being and mitigate risks, fostering a culture of responsibility and accountability within the skydiving community. In essence, visualization is a transformative practice that empowers us to transcend limitations, conquer fears, and soar to new heights of achievement. It's a testament to the profound impact of mindset and intentionality in shaping our skydiving experiences. As we harness the power of visualization to elevate our skills, enhance our safety, and enrich our enjoyment of the sport, we embark on a journey of continuous growth, discovery, and fulfillment. So as we conclude this session, let's emphasize the importance of the continued practice and improvement in our visualization techniques. Just as we refine our physical skills through repetitive training, so too must we nurture the mental skills through regular and deliberate visualization practice. The journey towards mastery is a continuous one, marked by dedication, discipline, and relentless pursuit of excellence. Thank you very much. I love this topic. As you can see, I'm getting all excited. Sorry, Björn, for stealing 12 minutes of your time. If I see that there are some things in the chat, let me just check.
Not for us now.
So, not for this question. Hi, Björn. Hi, Björn. That's good if it's hi, Björn. Hi, Björn. Okay, you will address the webinar. Okay, perfect. So, Björn, I give the word to you.
Yes.
Thanks for bearing with me.
Yeah. Thank you, Uschi. I know this is also a very interesting topic because it's a very powerful tool in sports and in training general, and we're using it for a very long time, actually, but mostly it happened by the way, and now it's getting more scientifically introduced into our sports. Yeah, so then I will take over the next session. That's emergency procedure review for tandems. And I will do that kind of the same manner that I did before. I just have to need a second to get some things rearranged in my display. Yeah, dann möchte ich das. So yeah, I'm also a Tandem instructor examiner in Germany, Austria, and I had at some point for UPT, and also do a lot of Tandem stuffs in Austria that will be addressed in the last session. I want to do a little bit of a review of the emergency procedures in Tandem environment, simply because on one hand, it is required by every Tandem instructor to frequently review the emergency procedures, and also because it's a very good idea. In general, some words to the Tandem emergency procedures. While the solo emergency procedures are fairly simple compared to the possible problems that can occur in the Tandem environment and the potential answers, since we're dealing not with 3 handles, we're dealing about 6 handles, that mathematically improve a lot of options that we can have, and not all of them are very safe to do. So I have give you a little bit overview what I will address, and I have some numbers in the back of that presentation, which are the page numbers of the Sigma manual, and I will primarily focus on Sigma tandems, since that's the most common used one. However, there are other tandem manufacturers, and also different jurisdictions may have different procedures or more complex scenarios, especially like next vector 2 tandems or atom tandems with the 3-ring release has a lot more complexity in emergencies. So I will not address everything in full depth, but that's more or less the main thing that I want to address. So, and now I have to find the right picture actually. So, because there is a slight issue with my computer, so I have to restart something. Now you should probably see the Sigma manual. And we will start with that. And as I already started with the manual session earlier today, there are different versions. And when you look at this manual, we're now in revision 2, and this is copyright 2024. So that is a fairly new manual, and there might be some changes into it that we have to address. And that's one of the encourages that you frequently should look at the emergency procedures, look up the current manual, look up the standardization meeting for examiner or other norm operational informations that needs to be addressed. So number 29. And I will go to that page. Okay. So then we have a look in the emergency procedures. You see here, this is the chapter, and the malfunction emergencies, they put it in through different sections: reserve procedure, in aircraft, and free fall, drop fall. Yeah, and so we go into that procedure. In general, as I already said, tandem jumping is much more complex, and especially therefore it is necessary for every tandem instructor to frequently read through the emergencies or use other tools. And I strongly encourage to review the emergency procedures in a training harness, which is a little bit more difficult to achieve since it's like a tandem harness. The suspension is much more complicated since most of the lifting devices only supports a single human safely and not necessarily two. And there are some other issues with that, but the best and the simulation that you can get, the better it is. So then we have some reserve procedures. And when you look at the first section, this is more or less, yeah, I would say nothing new, but in general is out of sequence issues. That is something specific for Tandem. So I apologize for every non-Tandem instructor. So this will be very Tandem specific, but maybe it's also interesting for others to know what's going on. However, if you have something that happens out of sequence, meaning probably you pull the release or some others, then usually you should go back to the sequence in order to get everything away. Especially, for example, if you pull the cutaway handle, then you should try to get rid of everything by pulling the release, main will fly away, cutaway is already pulled, and then RSL will activate the reserve, or if not, via RSL engaged, which normally should not be the case, then pulling the reserve handle. As a general section here, again, in Tandem, you frequently have, or like all the time, or except very small exceptions, the RSL usually should be engaged. And that means after the cutaway, you probably will have an immediate reserve deployment. However, even if and especially if you have handicam, it is also your obligation to pull the reserve handle and make sure that the reserve is pulled. Because if the RSL is not working for whatever reasons, it might be that you got in the exit, got some contact with the aircraft, the RSL disengaged. This may be unintentional, but especially if it is intentional, then when you cut away, the RSL will not activate the reserve. So it would be a bad thing to wait for the RSL deploying the reserve, especially if you have intentionally disengaged it for whatever reasons. So yeah, most commonly it's only that for some reason you try to pull the release before set the drogue. Then first you have to set the drogue, and depending on the system, it might be interesting to have a long opening. So this goes away from the Sigma, like where you have the 3-ring release. If you have released first and then activate the drogue, the deployment will take much longer. So you should not wait any more time and activate the main. Yeah, then we had already the discussion with the total malfunction. And total malfunction means that you have to activate a reserve. And then not anything of the other handles in this particular case. However, I have to underline the importance to identify a total malfunction and distinguish that from a open drogue control, container open, or any other scenario which might introduce a different emergency procedure, even though it is feeling like a total malfunction. So, and the partial malfunction means that what we can consider as a normal emergency is something is not working with the handles. Then it's important that the procedure is locate and grab both emergency handles. So not cut away, filming with the handicam, but using the left hand already for locating the reserve handle. Then pull the cutaway handle. And this is a crucial part, especially in the Tandem environment. Visually ensure full and clean breakaway. There are some possibilities that for whatever reasons, the cutaway will not work completely initially. And then you probably may have to assist the 3-ring risers to release prior to activate a reserve in order to avoid to activate a reserve in the still attached main. This especially is a possibility when you have a backlog and there's very little drag and the RSL is very strongly attached with Velcro, and that might be actually enough force to keep a very low drag backlog trailing without actually activating. And in this case, it would be a very bad situation to activate a reserve into that scenario. So, yeah. And then obviously pull the reserve handle. Also, what is emphasis, always pull the handle for the full extent. So it needs to be completely out. There is some slack in there, especially on the cutaway handles in rigs that have a 3-ring release. There you have to remember that that is sequenced, so that first the release goes, then the riser without the RSL goes, and then the riser with the RSL goes. And there's a huge difference in cable lengths to ensure that. And that means that you probably have to pull 20-25 centimeters before you completely cleared the cutaway cable was out of all housings. So really make sure you pull it all the way, and that's good. And as I said, the RSL should never be something you rely on. Canopy transfers, I probably think that not everybody knows what is meant with this. This is an older technique that is not recommended at all, as I remember. It's that you honor a main parachute, you open the reserve, and just prior to the deployment of the reserve is completed, you cut away the main. So it's not entangling, but you lose nearly no altitude in this transfer from one canopy to the others. However, the risk of a downplane or an entanglement between main and reserve are much too large, and to do that, especially with a tandem, and that's why this procedure is not recommended. However, then we have one thing that is kind of new. That's probably why this is like in bold. We get away from the RSL using as a second reserve handle for the case that you cannot use the left hand. And it has been this procedure before because you have the RSL on the right-hand side. You can disconnect the RSL and then pull on the RSL until you pull the pin. However, the reason why it was out of this procedure and you were supposed to use the reserve handle, and that's why you are required to have a loop style reserve handle, is that you already have you have the skyhook, the marts on there, and this will has the issue because if you pull the RSL, you will pull the cutaway handle or the cutaway cable of the second side of the left side in the process. And when you're still attached to the main, that is not a good procedure. However, if you have to pull the reserve directly, then that doesn't matter because you want to activate the reserve because you don't have a functional main. However, this is important to have that keep in your mind because the Collins lanyard, when you pull the RSL, will disconnect the left cutaway cable. And the other thing is the skyhook, since you have the RSL in your hand, means that the activation of the reverse will be like on a total malfunction. So the pin will be pulled, the pilot chute then will actually disengage the skyhook loop that you have on there. When for whatever reasons you you feel that you have the pilot chute with the RSL attached to in your hand, and that's what stopping the opening, then you still have the option to like throw away the RSL in order to release that. However, in a normal operation, you will not have this scenario because the pilot chute will disengage the skyhook as normal or as intended. So this is something that is probably not that common or potentially new. Then there is something with the reserve. There is a significant change that you probably should be also aware of. The reserve canopy is, especially the VR-360, so the old type of tandem reserve, is very deeply braked. And if you have an impulse back and forth, you will actually get to a pitch angle that will partially stall the canopy in the process. And so this will be the so-called rock and roll movement, where it goes back and forth until you release the brakes and actually establish a clean flight. Normally, it's not too much of an issue. However, especially if you have your first tandem reserve, this might be additional interesting if you're not aware of that. So just be clear on that. One thing that I also want to emphasize in this case is we have the new reserve, the Sigma reserve, the SR 340 and 370. And they have different settings that will not have that likely. They're also improved in other factors. They have normal connector links, not the L bars. So for a VR-360, all lines are continuously. So you have on each connector 10 lines on the attachment on the risers. And also the steering line will cascade down to the brake setting point. So on the upper part, there will be no splicing connections. And on the VR 340 and 370, there is more or less the lines in normal configuration. They have cascades, and they only have 5 lines at the connector, and that means they have the normal round or oval shape connector rapid links, and therefore there's also a little different configuration that you have to change on the riser when you send back and forth. From the procedure wise, they're working the same. However, they might be looking a little bit unfamiliar when you like familiar with one of the systems and then have another one. However, also an emphasis, never give up. So if in the unlikely event that you have a malfunction on the reserve, do whatever you can do to get the best out of the situation. And one of the most important things as a tandem pilot and as instructor is your job to look for the safety of the passenger. So you have to make sure that you do everything possible to give the best chances for the passenger. So then I'm not, due to the time, because that will be a day on its own, I'm not going into everything in detail, but as you can see, the emergency diagram is pretty complex. When you start with with a stable exit, which always should be the intention of it, then you can get on one part in this here. If you go out of sequence, then you deploy the drogue, and mostly likely you will have normal deployment. If you're unable to pull the drogue, and this is something that I probably have to emphasis on, that is unable to deploy the drogue, pull the reserve immediately. Reason for that is relatively simple. You don't want a high-speed deployment of the reserve directly. So if you cannot pull the drogue, you want to get under a canopy before you actually reach the terminal velocity without the drogue. And therefore, you can get some time to look for it. but you should not reach terminal velocity prior to setting the action. Even though you probably will have to find a new freeback, because if you're in 12,000 feet, 4,000 meters on a parachute, probably the freeback will not land on the drop zone. So then more complex is if the container is open. If the container is open, however, this scenario is very unlikely in a Sigma environment, then basically pull the drogue, because then usually the main will deploy. If the drogue cannot be pulled, then like disconnect the RSL, cutaway handle, try to get rid of everything, and then deploy the reserve. Okay, I will, due to time-wise, I will skip a little bit about the student interference. It's pretty straightforward, and we talked about that already. Then one note where I want to emphasize a little bit more is the side spin scenario, because the side spin is critical, and there have been very good research, and there's a very good side spin video, and I encourage every Tandem instructor to get the video and view it frequently. It is a very old video, and especially in the European version, PAL, it's not the best quality. However, the contents is very important, and actually to get the idea what the side spin phenomena is. Bottom line is you can get into a spin that you cannot control with the intuitive and normally trained methods. So you have to apply a different method. So bottom line is not trying to arch and get stable on your belly, trying to de-arch and stabilize on your back. And then when the spin is away, then it actually flips over by itself, or you can then regain normal stability. And you get a lot of speed because you have a lot of energy going in the same direction. So this speeds up very fast. And therefore, if you have the side spin recovery procedure, then usually you can deploy the drogue normally. Probably don't want to do anything else and just want to get open. Probably it's a good idea to not use the maximum possible free fall time. Just give it a little bit extra to get you a little bit more time on the canopy to catch your breath. However, if you're unable to recover the side spin, you have to get a solution. And here is, if the drogue side is up, then the best option is to pull the drogue, because then the drogue will kind of getting an anchor and pull the Tandem into a flat turn, which you should be able to stop in this configuration. However, if not, then you still can kind of clearly pull the main, activating the main and getting under a line twisted main, but probably a good canopy. However, if the drogue side is down, the drogue is most likely will not make it through the spin without entangling with you or the passenger. So in this case, the best solution is to pull the reserve directly, which probably will have a clear deployment phase, even you get very much twisted up what the lines are giving you for possibility for twist. However, the drogue would very likely entangle with you, making the scenario worse. So the side spin is a phenomenon that you should avoid, and by having a proper configured student harness, proper configured attachment, and proper training for the passenger will probably prevent you from having a side spin. However, it is always possible that you can you experience a side spin if you have a passenger who's doing the wrong thing at the wrong moment. And also an emphasis, always do an exit where you present to the wind in the exit. in order to ensure a stable exit and not like fall out and then see what happens. So should be controlled in any manner. I'm not addressing gainer exits or something like that. It's a different topic I don't want to address right now. So then we have this. So basically now we have to pull the drogue from the pouch. So this was all free fall. And then we get the very interesting sequence on the left when the drogue gets entangled with a videographer or a third person. And I can tell you, there is a video in the internet. I encourage you to watch it. It has a very good outcome and a very good showing of the procedure, how it's done. But honestly, I don't want to be in this environment. So really make sure that you avoid the scenario by briefing your video persons. And if possible, it's like if you see it is crashing or flying up on top of you, try to wait with the drogue until he passed. But at some point you have to pull the drogue. You cannot wait forever. So it's more or less the job of the video person to get out of the way. However, try to be aware about the situation, and especially with a bad passenger, you have to concentrate on your job first, then look out for the video. And here is more or less a reverse procedure, because if he is attached in the main, you don't want anything to activate where he is still attached on that. So you kind of have to get rid of the main canopy, and you kind of do it backwards. So first you disengage the RSL, because when you want to get rid of the main, you don't want the reserve to be deployed into that mess. So that will take some time. Then pull the cutaway handle. So now you have the risers release. Then you can pull the drogue release. Now the main with drogue should separate, and then trying to get away from that shit and pull your reserve as soon as you're clear. Usually that happens not in the drogue deployment part, because if the drogue is set, even if somebody flies into it, it's that stiff that usually they have no chance of entangling with that. But they have very good at entangling with that when you just throw the drogue and there's a loop where hand, leg, or whatever go through it, and then by the drogue deploying is tightening up that to a point that it is literally impossible to get out of there. So that is also a non-usual scenario, which is very specific for tandems. Yeah, and also the other one I want to emphasize, if the drogue bridle or canopy become entangled now with you or your passenger or your container, then you try to get rid of that. However, you should directly pull the reserve, not pull the cutaway handle, even though on the Sigma it's technically not that much of an issue. But if your cutaway handle has a connection to the drogue release, then you will create a very bad scenario. Therefore, in case the drogue entangles and is not functional, with not functional drogue, you will not have a main. So there is no reason to activate the main, because that will not work. So you have to go for the reserve immediately. However, it's set 3,000 feet. That's the hard deck. You can spend some time to deal with the situation, to assess if it has a chance, if you have some more time to clear the entanglement, that gets you in a better position. However, you don't have to wait to 3,000 feet in order to address the issue if you see there's no progress, and probably introduce and spin that creates other problems. And at some points, you should pull the reserve earlier than later. Okay, I will skip through the passenger interference. And then we have more or less drogue release. Main deploys normally. The thing is, drogue entangles with the canopy in nearly every case, but not all of them. Entangled drogue will not have created an obstacle in controllability and landability of the tandem parachute. However, the drogue is very long and has a lot of potential to get entangled and potentially interfere with the performance of the main canopy. So it is not clear. So mostly it will work, but if you have any issues, better go for plan B than problematic main canopy for landing. Yeah, and a normal function, we already addressed that in the previous part. Now we have some more scenarios. As you see, it is very complex. Yeah, that's the one thing. Yeah, for example, if the release is or the drogue bridle breaks, that could technically happen. Is happening when the hard link on the back to the bridle is not completely closed, then the force is that high that they actually break. So the metal is the weakest point in that system. So you have to be aware of that. And in this case, that's only the main back, and it's still in a container, and it stays there. Then you have to get to your emergency procedure. However, you have to disengage everything that you have, that in case the back comes out, that the main is not is falling away and not staying attached to you. However, if the back gets out of it, then it actually it will take a lot of time, but mostly the drag is sufficient to actually engage in the opening. However, in this case, you hope that you released high enough, because this will take quite a long time. The other thing is the backlog, and basically that I already mentioned before, that on the backlog, if you do the emergency procedure, it is not guaranteed that the main will fly away due to the low drag of that. And yeah, then pull the reserve, obviously, after the main has been completely separated. Collapse, stroke, and tow container open. I think that's normal procedures. I think that everybody knows. And then we have the two canopies out, which is side by side, B-plane, down plane. I think I addressed it in the previous session intensively. However, with a tandem, it is even more complicated because it's larger canopies. There's much more lines and way for getting chances of entanglement, especially with the long drogue that have very good chances to get somewhere entangled with the reserve, which prevents the possibility from a cutaway. However, in any case, normally, as long as the canopies are B-plane side by side, it's possible. On a down plane, you have to get rid of the main. That is, and even if it's entangled, as long as it collapsed, you have a better chance. But it's no way to land a down plane, not with a single, and with a tandem for sure not. Okay, then aircraft emergencies. I think this is also pretty straightforward. You should always, what I should emphasize, when you board the aircraft with your passenger, as well as you should be ready to exit, also the passenger harness should be ready to exit. There might be a little bit of slack in there for comfort, but this doesn't mean like all the way open. Yeah? So it needs to be dressed at least to a safety level that you can, without any further adjustment, exit the airplane and not leave or lose the passenger. So that is very important. And so always be ready to exit when boarding the aircraft. This is a very important thing because the emergency can happen earlier than you can think. Also, always have that in mind. If something happens, it happens fast, and you still have to get the passenger attached. So in general, depending on the aircrafts, it may vary, so I'm not going into detail. but it's always a good idea to have the passenger either already connected to you, even if you have some slack for comfort, then have him completely loose, and especially if like it's getting very ballistic in the cabin and it like turns over and you're probably not able to reach to your passenger, that is a really worst case scenario that you don't want to have if you lose your passenger because the aircraft breaks apart and the passenger is away outside in free fall and not with you. So that's really the important thing also for yourself, being prepared at all times and have a plan depending on the aircraft and the procedures and your position where you are. What happens if there is something that happens with the airplane? What you do if the pilot gives you an emergency exit command? Be aware of your altitudes, that the pilot may not be aware what altitude you need, and so on. So, yeah, just be prepared. Also, one thing that I want to emphasize, if for whatever reasons the student changes his mind and don't want to exit, mainly for legal reasons, I strongly encourage you not to jump. Even I know it is, I know pilots, so probably I prefer to exit the airplane than landing with them. But in general, if the passenger don't want, you are in legal jeopardy if you force him to jump. So stay in the aircraft, and of course, if he doesn't want to jump, it is very likely that he will not be a smooth passenger. So that's another reason why you should not exit with a student who don't want to exit. However, there might be situations on some airplanes when you have no chance of getting back into your airplane after you're already out. It's not that often because it applies only for like Cessna, small Cessnas with a front exit where you have to really climb out. It's not that often, but especially in these conditions, you have to have a plan ready in your mind. And this might depend on the drop zone policies and equipment, but have that in mind. Then we have exit, free fall, drogue fall. I will make that a little bit shorter because that is pretty commonly, as a tandem instructor, you should get familiar with, you should know this. With exit procedure, the important thing is maintain a good attitude at exit, especially for yourself. Make good body position, get a stable position, pull the drogue. After the drogue is pulled, the student nearly cannot do anything to create any problem, and therefore don't wait too long with drogue. However, don't use the drogue to stabilize. Fly the tandem pair in a stable position and then set the drogue. Yeah, then this is more or less more in detail. You can read it yourself. Tension load is straightforward, so I don't want to address this too much. Okay, so that are more or less the emergency procedures. In summary, obviously, as I mentioned, this is not like in depth, but I'm not having the time to get all of them in time. So it's only a reminder of like the most important parts, which it's my personal feeling. However, as a tandem instructor, it's your job to make that sure. And that's the last part that I want to address, is their recurrency or decurrency requirements. And here also I have to mention there are different jurisdictions. When national regulations have something different, then national regulations usually prevail. However, national regulations may encourage the manufacturer regulations. And so make sure that you are aware what in your jurisdiction, where you do the tandems, which is the legal requirement. Here, I think the currency requirements, is very important, that the first part is only like for probation parts, which is not very often. However, if you have not made a jump in a 90-day, according to the manufacturer, you have to first take an experienced jumper as a student in order to get back in the procedure for Tandem. However, I want to encourage that, or emphasis that in some jurisdictions, even if it's a licensed skydiver, he cannot do a tandem jump without being a passenger, which you are not allowed because you're not current. So be aware of the scenarios. If you're not sure, ask your local parachute federation or your tandem examiner who is familiar with your procedures and or requirements in your jurisdiction. But again, it's like after 90 days, you have to get current somehow. In Germany, for example, you have to have done 10 solo or any jumps. It might be tandems, could be solo jumps, but you have to have 10 jumps in the previous 90 days. That's the current rule. It is subject to change at the moment, but at the moment that's the current version. And if it's more than 180 days, you have to get through recurrency training. So you have to do a little bit more in depth what you're doing. So tandem jump is not another jump, and this applies to all tandem instructors. The recertification, this only applies to the UPT tandem ratings. Like every nation and jurisdiction has their own requirements, but they're pretty similar. However, what I want to make emphasis on this, because this is also applies to most jurisdiction, is the part that it is mandatory to review the standard operation procedures, like handle checks on exit and reattach the lower lateral connectors after make them loose on the canopy. That needs to be reviewed, including the emergency procedure, every 90 days. And this information should be reviewed every 30 days. So they have shortened the period of time where you have to get your mind back into the emergency procedures. So be aware that it is not just something you made your tandem rating and after 10 years it's still the same. The important thing is you have to constantly review the emergency procedures. And as you have probably mentioned or noticed, there have been some changes due to technical development. And as a tandem instructor, it's your responsibility to adapt to that and maintain current. I'm not getting into detail with the other parts of that, because like on one hand my time is nearly up, and that's more or less the main thing that I wanted to get across. I hope there was some helpful parts of you and getting you back into the game for tandem jumping. Again, keep up with the current manual, and procedures are updated as needed. And as you see, that frequently happened. The tandem in standardization meeting, the examiner standardization meeting, they discuss procedures, and usually procedures changes will be adapted in the manuals and therefore become mandatory in nearly all jurisdictions at the same time. That's the emergency decree. Now, yeah, I open you for discussion. If you want to comment, then you're free to get something. So, anyone still live? Probably. Yeah, good. Oh, small question. Okay, I'm there for. And I'm awake too. Yeah, so what is your small question? You can also do that verbally or writing, depending on how you want it. Yeah. Back of the okay. Yeah, so I would address that. Some decide to put additional rings on the passenger harness. The Sigma passenger harness has some rings or like plastic semi-rings on front, so where you can hook the connectors. However, it's like a little bit out of sight if you attach them. So some of the drop zones have like rings next to the upper connectors where they put the laterals, so you can easily see them when they're attached. Yeah. So technically, it makes no difference. It's just a little different location there. You can see them easier. And then when there were two more questions from the previous thing, the one is that that now concerns the reserve loop lengths and the strengths and the pull force. And on some rigs, the lower plate or the base where the loop is attached is not that rigid that if you pull a lot of them, you actually deform the base. And usually it happens. Usually it has not too much of an effect, except that you probably have to reform the plate at the next repack. And obviously, if you do that too often, it may break and you might have to replace them. In normal cases, it's only not that much of a case if you do proper packing, that by forming the freeback, creating enough space for the pilot chute to go, then most of the times you can avoid it. So it's, in my experience, is not that often that it happens, or at least not excessively. So that you could, so I still recommend to be on the upper loop strings. And then there's a question about, I assume that is the main container, considering tension knots that happening on mains. To my experience, the tension knot happens if you have a lot of slack in the lines. So the important thing is to make the line stows in a way that you do not create a very long slack that actually has time to form a loop that can create tension knot. So that's more or less what I recommend on that. And yeah, but it's like a bigger bigger discussion. In general, if the lines are straight and do not have a slack, even if they have a very interesting opening, then you will not have tension knots. And a good point that was added here is when you have twist in the steering lines, and the steering lines get loose, or not loose, but in the line stretch have some slack, the twist in the steering lines is supporting the form of a loop that can create a tension knot. So by untwisting the steering lines, which should be obvious that everybody should do that frequently, could lead to tension knots. So untwist your steering lines. I would say like up to 10 twists over the whole length of the steering lines are not much of an issue, but I've seen frequently steering lines with like 10 revolutions per centimeter or per meter, or like even per centimeter, so 1 revolution per centimeter. That for sure, if there is slack in there, they create a lot of tension lines. Then what else we have? Okay, I will not address the manufacturer specification in detail because that is like a full day on its own. Yeah, and intention knots have some part of unpredictable chaos theory in there. So that is always interesting. So that would be my session. Now we would have like a 10-minute coffee break, which I already used like 6 minutes up. And after this, I will continue with a little session with Tandem news in Germany, Austria, with the possibility of tandem jumping in one or the other country. So that goes very specific. It will not be an hour, it will be a few minutes, depending on how much discussion there will be. And after that, I would like open for general discussions until we kind of finished and everybody is happy. So just use another 5 minutes till 10 pass, and then we will continue. No. Wrong. So 15:10. Let's start the last session. The last session, I want to give you some information as a tandem instructor concerning Germany, Austria, and Switzerland. There had been a very old agreement that I cut it to the essential part. Tandem instructors in each of this country can actually jump with their license in all of the other 2 countries without needing to transfer their rating into that license. That means that a German tandem instructor could jump tandems in Austria without the need of obtaining an Austrian tandem instructor rating, and the same the other way around. An Austrian tandem instructor could use his tandem rating to do jumps in Germany without the need of getting it transferred or a recognition of the rating. However, this agreement was more or less not only for skydivers, but for a lot of other licenses as well. However, most of these licenses, basically all except for skydiving licenses, are now covered by the EASA-FCL. That means that there is no difference between a German, Austrian, or whatever pilot license. This is working anyway. Therefore, there was no need to maintain this agreement in the local regulations, which were required in order to establish this rule or this agreement in the national aviation regulations. Therefore, in Germany, it happens that the implementation of this agreement were most probably unintentionally completely removed in the cleaning up process after the EASA-FCL implementation. However, it turned out that since the skydiving license are not covered by the EASA-FCL, which is probably a good idea, but it's a different topic, the implementation for the recognition of the Austrian tandem ratings in Germany was also erased. And it took some time to realize that, because whoever erased the implementation didn't bother to inform the skydivers or the other nations like Austria that they were doing that, which is a clear indication that it was unintentionally. But technically, the removal of the implementation of the agreement is equal to the cancellation of the agreement, unilateral by Germany, without notifying the other partners of the agreement. So that in general, it caused a little bit of a disturbance on a political level between Germany and Austria. And there is a lot of things going on to reestablish the agreement. However, the current situation as of today is that the Austrian aviation regulations still honor the agreement, which means that tandem instructors with a German rating or a Switzerland rating can do tandem jumps in Austria without the need of an Austrian tandem rating. However, one of the things that I want to emphasize in this, that this is only covering the tandem instructor rating. It is not covering tandem jumping or in specific the requirement of a medical. In Austria, the minimum medical required in order to do tandem jumping is the EASA-FCL Lappe. So in Germany, you only need a medical from the normal doctor. So it is not an aviation medical. However, it is good for jumping in Germany. But if you jump tandems in Austria, even if your German license and rating is valid, you have to maintain an EASA-FCL Lappe medical in order to legally jump tandems in Austria. So this is a completely different topic independent of that. So if you're not having a Lappe or higher, If you have like class 2 or class 1, perfect. But if you have something less than Lappe, then you are not allowed to do tandem jumps in Austria. By the way, that's the same issue for AFF in Austria as well. However, in Germany, at the moment, since the implementation is not up to date or not active, means that an Austrian tandem instructor is not allowed to do tandem jumps in Germany unless having transferred the Austrian rating into a German rating or obtained a recognition of the foreign tandem rating. Both are possible ways. However, in both cases, the German regulation at the moment requires, at least at the first time applying for either of them, to have done a cross-check with the German tandem examiner. So it is quite difficult at the moment to do that in Germany. And but you have to be aware how the situation is. And in order to not unintentionally disobeying the regulations, because that, especially in the tandem environment, have severe impacts on the liability if something goes wrong, and potentially make the insurances void. And if the insurance is void, that means that the insurance that you are obligated to have will still pay, but they have the right to be reimbursed by you personally for the damage that they actually paid. So that is the main problem or the main issue if you have not observed all obligations as a tandem pilot or as a tandem operator when doing tandems. And it turns out that there is an accident and you might end up paying out of your private pocket for whatever is the result of that. So bottom line is, at the moment, Austria has the implementation still active. However, since the process is now nearly 2 years in the making, the Austrian patience of maintaining the agreement while Germany is not is running out. So there is the possibility that at any time the agreement implementation in Austria may be revoked, and that would require also all German and Switzerland, and probably only the German, because the agreement between Switzerland and Austria is still active. That means that German tandem instructor ratings are not valid in Austria, and then they would need to have an Austrian skydiving license with an Austrian rating, tandem rating, in order to legally jump in Austria as a tandem instructor. So this might have severe consequences in all levels, and therefore, as a tandem instructor, if you tend to go cross-country in this environment, it is very imperative that you keep up with the newest development, because they may have changed from one week to the other. And that is the current situation. I encourage you to try to keep up with the current scenario. So then, any questions from your side to this situation? No questions, then I will kind of opening the discussion for like general and information, general exchange of experience. So now it's your floor. Let me know what you have experienced, what you want to share, and probably what we should discuss. Well, you may actually talk to us. Yeah. So doesn't look like so everybody fall asleep and nobody has questions. So everybody is well prepared for the season. That would be the best scenario that I can think of. Yeah, so we have some more time, so maybe I find some more topics. Yeah, one thing that I could start, especially with sports and like competition things. A lot of things what Uschi addressed was the mental training, mental picture is very well established in high performance competition level, not only in skydiving, but also in skydiving. And I have some background for judo that I also have a lot of these techniques active for many years. And it turns out to be a very powerful tool to set your focus, not be distracted, learn how to concentrate on the task at hand, disregard all disturbance that has nothing to do, but it requires practice. And it's not much you have to do, but if you do it, it will increase your performance. If you're trying to become a competitor in any discipline, the visualization is a very key element. However, especially also for instructors, visualization with the student is a very powerful tool. However, with students, you have to lead them because it is very powerful because whatever they train with that will establish and manifest very fast and very deep. And if it's the wrong thing that they visualize, it may not be that good thing. So it is a powerful tool, but you have to handle it responsibly and have to guide a student what they should imagine. But from my experience, it is very helpful and not only like for competition jumps, also for any special jumps, like demo jumps, where you have to have where you have to do a very precise approach in order to avoid obstacles because there are a lot of obstacles in the way, or you have no alternate landing areas. There, the visualization of like the idle approach or like not idle approach, including the procedure how you correct the approach, is a very good tool, including really, even though it looks from the outside very stupid, to like move your arms like you have the steering lines and giving the steering inputs. But this is something that will enable you to faster react in case something is not working as planned, or to increase your performance. And it is extremely powerful. So I really encourage you to deal with that. And also, when I still have some time for competitions, in skydiving, competitions are held frequently. We have like nationals, we have even like lower level competitions, we have international competitions. And even if you're not going there as a competitor winning the nationals, I encourage you to, if you have a discipline, go to the nationals or go to competitions, because at the competition, you're not only competing against each other, you also learn a lot of how things are done. You can go to a competition, you will have the best in that competition on that level there, and you can usually talk to them, you can ask, you can interchange ideas, or just by observing, you learn a lot. So, and so I encourage you, go to the competitions. Doesn't matter which disciplines. I personally have my focus on canopy piloting, so I'm very motivated in that area. However, there's also other, it really doesn't matter. Even if you have an formation skydiving team, even if you're like not like top national level, but going to a competition will increase your performance. And also the environment in a competition is also something that I can recommend for everyone to make the experience, because it's really nice to be there, and it always increases your personal performance. And to me personally, it doesn't matter how long you're in the sport, how good you are, how much you have done, how many jumps you have, how many free fall time you have, you can always improve. And whenever you look at your performance and self-reflect and see, okay, I'm pretty good, but I could get better. So what is the problem? What prevents me from getting better? What do I need to practice? What do I need to do? That is the mindset that you need in order to improve. And it's also a mindset that you need in order to create safety. When you think about it, what you're doing, and then reflect, is that what I've done the safest version? Or is there something that I can do or change to create a more safer environment for me and for others? So always keep learning. Doesn't matter how good you are, you always can be better, and work on that. Yeah, so that would be my conclusion of the day. Unless you have some more questions, I will be here and very gladly answer questions. So, Uschi, you have still something to add?
No, thank you. I'm done. So all answers, everybody's happy. All answers are given. Well, if anything comes up, you can always email us and let us know, and we will try to do our best to answer anything that comes up. Apart from that, if you are done, I'm done. I hope you enjoyed today's safety day, and we got to give you some more details and some new perspectives on any topics, new topics, old topics in a new form. And yeah, I think we will definitely stick to this this way of doing it, because I see it's a very international crowd, and yeah, it's good to see everybody. So we have, do you have plan to have more activities in Austria? Actually, Mike Ribanik, he is planning on doing another safety day in Austria sometime, probably in March or April. It will also be online. I get the information early enough, I will post it on the Facebook page. I hope this was the question. If not, then just let me know and specify it a little bit. Yeah, apart from that, if everybody is happy and everybody has all the questions answered, then I think we're done a little bit early today. I hope that the streaming on Facebook actually saves there. So if you want to rewatch any of our sessions, you're always welcome. Also, the sessions from the last years are also online, so you can watch these as well. And yeah, once again, I want to invite you, if you have not signed up yet, sign up for the European Skydiving Symposium in 2 weeks. I will be there. I'm happy to say hi if you say hi. I will also say hi if you don't say hi. I don't know, Björn, will you be there as well?
Unfortunately, I have other appointments at that time, so it doesn't work in my schedule. But I'm looking for the next event. I
Yes,
really want to go
definitely.
there, but yeah, time is a problem at that
It's a
situation.
problem as always.
Yeah.
So yeah, so basically that's the next big event in Europe coming up. And as far as I have seen the schedule yet, the organizing team has like top speakers from around the world, from all industry. There are different stages for instructors, for fun jumpers, for any industry leaders. There will be raffles, and there is a big expo as well, so you definitely have to be there. The website is skydivesymposium.eu, but if you search for European Skydiving Symposium, you will find the website. So now there is the Radful event in the summer. Okay, so that was the question. If the Pink Skyvan is coming to Austria a little bit more, we will be in Zell am See in March, and then in Fromberg at the big Pink Poogie in Fromberg at the beginning of July, and then there will be more dates in fall. So we are looking at Punitz, Zell am See again. There will be Radfeld for 2 weekends, and yeah, so I hope that we see you there. Good. So then I wish everybody a happy weekend, nice weekend, and enjoy your time off, and enjoy your season, and stay safe and ask questions. There are no stupid questions. So whenever you are unsure, find somebody who knows more and ask. Good. Then bye to everybody. Have a beautiful rest of the Saturday. Ciao.